Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you here. We just jump right into the stream, sorry for being late, as always. I really had some technical issues in the background, which I had to solve, but now I solved them, and now I can stream finally. I hope everything works now, and you can hear me, and loud and clearly, that would be ideal. I hope you had a really fantastic day, and thank you for joining and waiting for such a long time. But forever late, yeah, that is it. So we look, as you probably have learned, the teaser trailer just came out, and we have to look into this, of course, as the Lord channel we are, basically. So yeah, there is that. As said, I somewhere wrote here, we might start a few minutes later, so yeah, sorry for that. It was quite a bit later. But yeah, I hope people are still there. Really want to apologize. Sorry for being so late. I did not expect that. But yeah, it's sometimes stuff is in the way and you have to see what is going on there. Inform us, philosopher. I try to inform you people. So we have to, of course, look into a lot of different things that are difficult. Production is also quite difficult today for me, so there might be some hiccups here and there. But yeah, teaser trailer, whatever. Teaser for a teaser. Yeah, it was a teaser for another teaser. We are in this age where you tease your next teaser. It's fascinating, but yeah, I don't care about the exact circumstances, why this trailer was developed, and so on. I care more about what is in the trailer and look at the interesting details that we might find. I had, as always, not enough time to prepare, but yeah. So glad to hear your voice. You're always so knowledgeable. Thank you, Canadian Fantasy Corner. Shoutouts to you. He also has a channel. Maybe check him out on YouTube. Pretty fantastic. And yeah. The trailer, there is. Is there anything I want to say before we start? So maybe, yeah, I always want to use the opportunity to promote some other stuff I'm doing. So if you haven't seen the last video about the fall of Moria and the fall of Minas Ithil, maybe check that out. Pretty done. I would also, yeah, I don't know, also did like a reading of the text on Gil-galad's beer Aeglos, which I don't know if people liked it. Maybe it was too cringe, hard to say. I did like a little translation for it. I tried to make one that rhymes as well. There was a lot of fun to work on, I have to admit. Really likes details like these, and somebody put in some work, though it is actually used. I didn't know when we did the stream last time. It was used in Peter Jackson's film on the spear, I think, as well. We had the exact same text. It was phrased a bit differently, but it was written a bit differently, but the meaning was round about the same. It was really, really kind of fun. Okay, guys, yes. Welcome, man. Nice to see you. If you have questions or so, you have to post it in chat, and I have to see if I can catch those questions. As said, today production will be very, very difficult for me. Because, yeah, there's a reason for that, and it has to do with Adobe Premiere being weird, basically. But yeah, like I can only full screen the preview monitor on my main screen, which is a bit unfortunate to say the least, but I try to make it work. But yeah, production is today especially messy, and but I figured it out. It was really... You wanted to start a stream, you just press the hotkey for go to full screen. It gives you an error, and then you have to figure out like 20 minutes why it does this. It's a nightmare, but I figured it out. What's the asteroid? We come to this in a moment. Let's go through the trailer bit by bit, I would say, as we always do. We talk about what is written on Durin's collar thing in a moment. Let me just not get confused by production. So let us see here. Main monitor. Okay. So I have also extracted the trailer, which was kind of messy, I have to admit. But it was not on. It's not on YouTube, so I couldn't just download it. That made things a bit unfortunate. So I hope, yeah, you see now me tapping back and forth here. So things become a bit complicated. So we'll go through the trailer frame by frame. I can't play sound, and I won't play it in full because the trailer is not on YouTube. So I definitely don't want to get any trouble here with Amazon or so. So we just use stills and maybe move a bit back and forth here and there and talk about what we are going to see. I hope you are at least kind of looking forward to this. I also have to switch my production tab here. So far everything works. So Prime Video, the trailer starts. Let me see. So the first thing we see is this this beautiful landscape here, which I like. We have some beautiful seas here, and we see the mountains. It's hard to tell where this is. So I would say, like, if we look at the shadows, they drop into this direction, so the sun must be here. So I would assume it's noon or something, so this is south, I guess. Hard to tell, but it could be anywhere. No idea. It probably, no consideration was put into it, cardinal directions here anyway, so it doesn't matter. I did not spot anything like a person hidden somewhere or so. We have seen quite similar pictures before. It's really, really hard to tell. Also, if sound is not loud enough or anything, please let me know. As said, I'm a bit paranoid today because of the stuff here. It's maybe New Zealand. Yeah, that could be true. Maybe it is New Zealand. And then we move on. Then we have the next screen that come on YouTube. Don't hate me so much. Next screen, which is very interesting to me. Maybe we can find it in the trailer in a moment. But if you people remember, this tower here is very likely the tower we already knew. Remember which I called, I don't know what I called the stream, Chris looking at maps or something like this, where we talked like for 3 hours about this screenshot and tried to figure out where it is on the map. So now I have to basically switch my production tab. Let me see, chat. What could possibly go wrong? I just give you the screenshot. I think it was the Empire screenshot. It was sadly. Well, we take this one here. The Empire magazine published this screenshot here in a moment. I assume this is this tower. We also have this scene, exact scene in the trailer later. In the teaser, I call it trailer from time to time. Whatever. Terminology not so important. And we discussed where this place here might be. Like if this is, I don't know, south or east. What direction could we be facing? And we came to the conclusion, just to make it a bit shorter. We look at the beautiful second age map. It's hard to tell, but maybe that it's here. Maybe it's here on this map. If you ask, where exactly is this now? So in Lord of the Rings, if you have seen the films, you know the tower where Saruman is. It's the tower is called Orthanc, and the whole place is called Isengard or Isengard. I think it must be Isengard if you pronounce it Old English. Difficult topic. I always thought it would be a normal G, not a. It's called a soft one, but whatever. It's around about here, and so this could be somewhat near. If we look at the map, we already see like these little mountain things here, so that is at least distantly fitting. I don't want to go through the complete stream, but then to the then here to the right we would have the misty mountains. Do I have an arrow for this? Because I can't show you my mouse cursor, but we are prepared. Yeah, we are prepared. There's an arrow. There's an arrow. This must be then the White Mountains. And this here must be then part of the Misty Mountains. That would be my idea. And this river here could maybe be the River Isen or something like that. Hard to tell though. But I think if we look at the map, then Maybe we're not exact where Isengard is, but maybe a bit further back. That makes sense, like here. Then we see this river flowing, doing its little thing there. Left the mountains here, we see the small mountain things there in the background. Something like this would be my suggestion. So, I assume we see now this. The question is, what is this place then? I could imagine that this place here that we see on the main screenshot, which I might switch to, you should see my mouse cursor, you see it. This is then maybe the river that we see following. It basically flows past this tower here, and maybe, it's somewhere close here or something. Maybe directly besides the river or so, watching what's going on in the south from the perspective of the elves. Every elven kingdom except for Iselond is further north, and I think Iselond is not mentioned in the Lord of the Rings. They don't have the right to the Unfinished Tales. Complicated topic, but yeah. You roundabout get the point. Now I look at chat for a moment. We have to do this because I can't see chat while I do production. That is really unfortunate. Spielkalb von Sparta, welcome. Seven of the Foundation also here. Northern hello. Welcome everyone, even the people coming late. I was late, I apologize, but I see there's a lot of interest looking into this today. So that's pretty cool. As said, guten Morgen. Yeah, guten Morgen. Or guten Abend, but it's quite late here. What did I forget something to mention? But the rights for the show are all over the place. Yeah, that Bree is right. That might be the case. In an interview, the showrunner said they only have access to The Hobbit, to The Lord of the Rings, all 3 books, and the appendices. So they have to make it work. Let me switch the screen really quick. We switch to the map, so I can do production stuff in the background. That is a problem. If I want to open the book, I can't open the book on the main monitor. And so I don't see the book. Now I'm in quite a pickle here. Didn't I open the book? Just be careful here. We can maybe, just out of curiosity. Why is my caps lock activated? No. Iselond is not mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. Just wanted to double check. So this should maybe work. Good that we figured this out early. That could have been disastrous. Because, yeah, it complicated, right? Issues here and there, but whatever. That would be my idea of this particular region. Let me just switch to the thing here. Sometimes you just gotta kill a letter for it to sound good. Yeah, I'm very curious what they know, what they can use, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, maybe they have some additional options beyond these in certain situations, but it's really hard to tell, if I'm honest. But I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not. I've never read their contract, so I can just speculate. Oh, that is an interesting idea that my moderator, Kirdan, has. I guess Amazon will buy the rights to the upcoming Fall of Numenor book coming out later this year. Yeah, that is a really, really good point. Maybe I can bring it on screen for you. Question is... I take a different one. As I said, I'm a bit slow today on production because everything is a bit difficult right now. There it is. So there will be a new book in was it December or November? Something like this, forgot the date. It's called The Fall of Numenor, and it is edited by Brian Sibley. It will contain no new texts from Tolkien, as far as we know. So it's basically more like a summary going through the Fall of Numenor in the Second Age, I guess. So really hard to tell if they have options to get rights to these particular texts that are in this book. Really hard to say, even if at all. Like, I don't know. We have to find out what is going on. We will learn more about it. Might be interesting to see, but there's of course a problem. Because there's so many versions of some stuff from the Second Age that makes things usually quite complicated. This tower is Orthanc. No, Orthanc was... Maybe it was its predecessor, basically. Maybe it was its predecessor of Orthanc. So in case people wonder, Orthanc is the tower from the Lord of the Rings films. Let me just see. Lord of the Rings films. Orthanc, where do I have the screenshot? You know it. We all know it, but yeah, it was, depending on when this show plays, it was not built yet. Like, it's more a building, potentially of Gondor, as a result. It might be, let me see, we have this beautiful screenshot here where Gandalf in the Fellowship of the Ring rides towards Isengard, and we have this tower here, and the tower itself is called Orthanc. But I would assume this one is not it, because if we switch back to the to this, you see it is made out of stone, and that is already a good indicator that this is not Orthanc, because Orthanc was not made just out of stone, but out of a weird, unusual black material of the Numenorians that is almost indestructible. So it does not fit, and I think Peter Jackson did a really good job portraying this tower. It really looks kind of cool, I have to admit. So like that. Let me just check chat for a moment again. But yeah, I would say it's not Orthanc. But it's, of course, this idea that this might be Orthanc definitely comes up pretty fast. Yeah, I'm also, Mark Schieser says he also wonders how some of the different storylines collect. Why have them at all? I have the exact same question, Mark. I have the exact, why do you include this at all? Like, it makes no sense in my opinion. But, really hard to say. Also, currently I'm a bit crippled, checking what's going on, like, in the background. Maybe there are new information dropped or so. I just have seen the trailer and put in some thought into it. Do you think any wizards will be in the show? Speaking of the wizard, we see Gandalf here. Good question. Hard to answer question, though, because, like, on paper, the wizards are already around at this time. Let me just see if I can find a good screenshot. That's Bilbo, that doesn't help me. Different of course. Always have a certain problem here. The classic ones, they're already around. I found it. They're already around. Gandalf and Saruman, also Radagast, and the two blue wizards, whatever name they have, like Palando, Alatar, Romestamo, and Morinechtar, or whatever. But Saruman and Gandalf are, in theory, around, but not as Gandalf and Saruman, but as, like I talked about I'm not sure if I talked about them yet. We will talk about them. So they are basically high angels or powers of the world that form a god pantheon, the Valar, and they have angels of lower rank that serve them. And Saruman and Gandalf, in their original form, or even when they are in Middle-earth, are also these servants of these Valar. They are called, this group of spirit beings, angels, whatever you want to call them, is called Maiar. I know a lot of people know this, but maybe people new to this wonder who's that exactly. There's one, I wouldn't call them gods, because there's only one god in Tolkien's world. Eru Ilúvatar is the name. That's the one God who created everything and is omnipotent, and so it's difficult to call them gods this way, even though some people on the world might have seen those as gods, but different topic. They are, of course, immortal and also around in the Second Age, but they are on the wrong continent. They are on Aman. This is the West continent. So this is a planet, Arda, and if you want to call it a planet, it was flat still in the Second Age according to the mythology, and even that is a difficult topic because Tolkien started working on a so-called round world version, hard to say what, at some point, but he abandoned it and never really finished it because his mythology was too tied to having a period where the world was flat. But there was an idea of Tolkien where his world becomes more physically correct with a spheric world that was always spheric and sun and moon were always around and so on. However, yeah, Tolkien could not finish it, and we know some details and thoughts about this, but whatever. I don't want to dive too much into this. However, this is, let's call it the world, the planet, and there's a west continent, Aman. There are these mentioned high angels, the god pantheon, etc., and also Gandalf, Saruman, and Radagast, and the blue wizards lived before they became the wizards, or the Istari. And Middle Earth is here. For reference, here is Minas Tirith. This, well, it's a bit off in my opinion, but here's the Sea of Hrun, and here is, for example, where they sail west, the Grey Havens, Mislond, over here, in this bay, and yeah, we have the island Numenor, which plays a big role in the Second Age, but it's gone later for reasons we will probably learn in the show. But yeah, they live here, and I assume the perspective of the show might not be Aman. It could be, though, in theory, because we have seen in one of the early screenshots, if we just switch the screenshots back to other stuff, in one of the early screenshots that Amazon published, you just see, Rings of Power, we had this screenshot, in case you remember, and this is the First Age, and this is on this west continent, Aman, definitely, because we see the two trees of Valinor in the background. They only existed during the years of the trees in the early First Age, in the early First Age. And this place here is called Tirion. So let's say we would have a perspective on this continent, on this place. Like sometimes we would see like a discussion of the Valar and Maya maybe sending the Istari, which this discussion must have happened in the Second Age, though. But I don't think they have rights to this. Maybe they surprise us or something, but then it would be possible that we switch to this west continent, Aman, and see the Maiar and elves and whoever discussing, because there's also an elf involved called Glorfindel that also sails over to Middle Earth in the Second Age, interestingly. And yeah, this place here, though, is one of the capital, or the main cities on Aman of the Noldor and Vanyar elves. It's called Tirion, and it's on the hill Tuna. And it's at least my interpretation of the screenshot. What's unusual that there's a river next to it that seems to be on no map I know, except maybe one? I don't know. Hard to tell. We did a long 5-hour-long video just analyzing this picture and what is wrong, but with it, or what could it be, what other places were possible. This is the most, for me, likely scenario, that this is Tirion. Whatever. If we have a perspective that plays here, we for sure could see... Oh, I lost the picture. Here's the scene. Then for sure we could see Gandalf and Saruman, so the wizards, and Radagast and the blue wizards, hard to tell. Like, in their not wizard form, though. Like, Gandalf's name in Aman is Olorin, and what is Saruman's name? Curufin? No, Curufin is the grandfather. What am I talking? It's the grandfather. Kurumo or Kurunia, I think. He has two names. One is the Sindarin, so it must be Kurumo, right? But I can't remember all the names, right? Just complicated. But yeah, in theory, yes, they could be in the show. I would expect not more than like a little guest appearance though. They could also, which I personally would find insanely cool, like little nods to the lore nerds. In one version, the blue wizards come into the to Middle Earth during the Second Age, and there's a beautiful artwork of them by Ted Nasmith. Shoutouts to him, fantastic artist. You probably have seen some of his works in books and so on. And let me just see if I find them really quick. One of my favorite. I'm blind. It must be. Found it. Ted Nasmith's artwork of the two blue wizards. Really, one of my favorite artworks of him. First of all, I find always the blue wizards kind of interesting because you know so little about them. But yeah, I really like that one. Pretty cool. But they are in the east of Middle Earth. So we go back to our, I don't know, map here. They, I don't know, could be in the, maybe as far as here as a rune of even further east. It's hard to tell where they live and what they do there exactly. We have very little notes, and also there exist, let's call them 3 different versions of if they are successful or not. It's very difficult. In this latest one from the 70s, Tolkien died 1973, I think. So I think these are from 1970 or 1972 or something like this. So very, very late in his life. He made them having success in the east. Else the east, the tribes and on the side of Sauron in the east would have outnumbered the forces of the west. So they had some success, at least. That's relatively interesting. They could maybe appear somewhere in the background wandering or something. Something like that I would find really cool. I would not expect, though, that the show would cover a very fictional story, because we really have, like, very, very little information about them. Like, a few sentences, if you want. So, there's that. Let me look at chat, see what's going on. Oh, Andrés is here. Welcome. Nice to see you, too. Now I have the power of the mods gathered here in chat. But yeah, as I said, while I do the production stuff, I can't look at chat, so sorry for maybe skipping even more over chat than I usually do. Yeah, Amachree says there is a fine line between mistake and change for the reason. Yeah, I guess it depends on that. There will be changes. Von dem blauen Berg kommt hier. There will be changes to the show for sure. It depends, my opinion, why are these changes made? Like, Peter Jackson also did a lot of changes, but very often, at least in The Lord of the Rings, the changes made sense. That was different for The Hobbit, I guess, but for Lord of the Rings, in my opinion, I could understand the thought process behind his idea of how he would want to portray things and his adaptation. I think he and his team did a really good job. Amazon has to prove that it is capable to do something similar, but yeah, it's hard to say. Maybe we just move on, because we'd already talked. How long am I streaming? 30 minutes, and we are, I don't know, we are here in the trailer. Just not very far. Though I can maybe switch to this later screenshot where we see Arondir on the tower. To be honest, I forgot where that was. Maybe let me skip through it really fast myself. Found it. There, we have it. We see him move a little bit. It's kind of cute. Also, his cape is moving a bit, looking to the distance. We also see some of the clouds moving. It's pretty interesting. I hope you can't hear the sound, because I have activated I do this over Adobe Premiere, and when I move my thing here, I also hear the sound. Just sounds a bit strange. Yeah, so it's this tower. Found it. Let me just check chat again. As said, exactly. Yeah, it's difficult. They have to prove that they can do this, and there's a fine line between, like, balance out your own ideas, your own version of an adaptation, and the source material. And if you don't hit this balance, you can maybe, like if you do too much of your own ideas, then you can turn an adaptation towards the direction of like a fan fiction or something. I would like if they would avoid that, but we will find out soon, I guess. But yeah, it's this tower here is this one from the screenshot. I'm pretty sure. Like the roof is very similar. It's stone. It also looked a bit, let's call it had seen better days, and we have these ruin things here. We have a little bridge over the river. And I don't know, I could imagine that maybe really some people, if I go back to the map here, lived here maybe in the gap of Rohan for reasons, because we had a river there, the land was pretty nice. Why would nobody live there? For sure, it would make at least a bit of sense, and then they maybe built. The question is, why are there ruins though? Because who built this tower then? That is an interesting question, in my opinion. Like in the early Second Age, I mean, we don't know when this show plays exactly in the Second Age. The Second Age is relatively long, one of the longest ages, except for the complete First Age if you count Years of the Trees and the Years of the Sun. Then it has like a ridiculous length depending on the version. It's complicated topic. Let's not dive into calendar stuff, but I'm pretty sure this at least distantly could work out, in my opinion, with this screenshot. Maybe I'm wrong though, and it is not here. We also discussed that it might be somewhere down here, because we also have a river and mountains, so south of Mordor. Here you see Mount Doom, and here's later Minas Tirith, in case people wonder. Here's Minas Morgul on the other side. In the middle is Gilead, and yeah, then maybe here north of Kant or something like this would be also a possibility, but we don't know much about this land. I forgot to click, but yeah, you get the idea. But I would still suggest it might be here. Like, I find this kind of fitting, I have to admit. But what do I know, right? Shall we move on, chat? Are there questions to this particular scene? Let me just get the scene back on the screen. As said, today it's a bit production-wise difficult. Galadriel should not be... we talk about the ship later. I also find this picture of with Galadriel on the ship very confusing, I have to admit. So, very curious what you people will think about that. Yeah, Meteor guy, looking forward to that part. But I would say we just go chronologically through the trailer. I guess this is the easiest to follow, right? If we just would skip back and forth randomly, it would be, maybe if you watch it as a VOD or so, pretty hard to watch. Where is Celeborn at? Celeborn, that is, that you ask the tough questions. You would think that in the Second Age, I assume you mean where he is currently living. In the Second Age, you would think you could just pinpoint where he is, because he's an important character with Galadriel, and he should be with Galadriel for reasons. But it's very difficult to pinpoint. Maybe you have to move the map a little bit. So there are multiple places. There's one version where it's mentioned that they were in Lindon in the very early Second Age for some time. So not exactly here, but if I remember the phrasing correctly, they had a thief, something like this, maybe somewhere here, I remember. Roundabout, like in this region, somewhere in Lindon, they had a thief. And then they decided, no, we don't want that. And then in some versions, they maybe have gone with a guy, which we also see in the trailer, called Celebrimbor, and he goes and finds this place, this triangle here that you see, and that is Eregion. And Eregion is like a realm, another realm of the elves that is founded in the Second Age, around the year 750 in the Second Age. So if you consider it's 3,451 years long, then year 750 is relatively early still. In some versions, Galadriel, or many versions actually, Galadriel and Celeborn are somewhat involved into this. So one answer would be they are in Eregion, at some point at least. However, they also leave, and then Galadriel goes to Lothlorien, which is here. Celeborn, in one version, stays here, though, in this area. Maybe he goes a bit more north or something, who knows. But he maybe stays outside or around Eregion. And I guess there's also a version where he might have also went there. Then there's a version, it's hard to say when they do this exactly. Most versions they go through Moria, which is interestingly, can't really see it well here, but round about here, in the Misty Mountains, this big mountain range are the Misty Mountains, and goes through this and land in Lothlorien. This is often mentioned. However, Lothlorien had a king at that time, and we know from the Lord of the Rings that one of their kings early on was an elf called Amros. Tolkien wrote a version where he has a father called Amdir, and he's just a prince, but and after the death of his father he becomes the king of Lothlorien, and only in the Third Age, I think around about the year 1900-ish, so if we go back to the timeline, which I also have a fantastic little helping thing here, if we look at the timeline, so Eregion stuff is round about here, and the death of the death of Amros is round about here, so much later. Much later. So literally not 5,000, but over 4,000 years later. Something like this. There's a huge time difference between these events. And then Galadriel and Celeborn can become the rulers of Lothlorien, but not before. That makes this whole story complicated. And how they got there, difficult topic. However, there is a version, there's another elven haven in this version, down here in the far south, where Gondor later will be found. That's not founded exactly at this point, but this region down there, here, these are the White Mountains, in case people wonder. Gap of Rohan, Isengard, Dunland, Eregion, the Shire. Here's Bree. Somebody in chat is called Bree, so that is here will be Bree could also exist in the Second Age, though. However, there's an elf haven down here where Gondor later will be called Ithelond, and Dol Amros is, I don't know, somewhere, I think here. Maybe I did not hit it correctly. Somebody can correct me. I don't want to move the map around so much, but in some versions, Galadriel and Celeborn go there, roundabout, and live there, for reasons. And how they then come back to there, it's really difficult to pinpoint. But as you see, it's a very simple to ask question, but it gets very complicated as soon as you try to go through it in a lot of detail. And doing my research on videos currently, I have read a lot of different versions of this, so it starts to confuse myself with all the differences. But it's difficult to tell where Celeborn is at this time. I would, though, before I get completely lost in this detail, maybe we move a bit further and discuss the next bigger topic. the red arrow of pointing. The red arrow is strong today. It is. It's a good helper. The problem is, when I show you the image of the map in OBS, I can't show you my mouse cursor or anything, so I have to find a different way to do this, and I do this with my little arrow. Okay, Amanda also has some interesting ideas about the meteor. What are your views on female orcs? Well, that's a complicated question. We had a stream about orcs recently. I think I even read it at some point. But Tolkien states that orcs reproduce in the same way as men and also Elfdas and so on, like all the other children of Ilúvatar, and so there must be female orcs. It can't be different, even though they are rarely not mentioned at all and depicted in any form. There must be female orcs, so it makes sense that they are there. I'm a bit like, it's hard to say. It could be interesting for some people to see, like, how were the orcs when they were less oppressed by the Dark Lord. It is a possibility. We also had these beautiful screenshots of the orcs, which I now have to look up. It was the Nerdist screenshots, right? No, that was the other thing. Who made the screenshot? Was it also Empire? IGN? IGN made published the screenshots. And yeah, it was pretty nice to see some of the screenshots here and there by IGN and published by IGN. And yeah, there must be female orcs. Maybe they are less under the control of Sauron yet. There are some indications in Nature of Middle-earth about this in some way. It's complicated though. Yeah, it's really complicated. As said, it depends on when the show plays exactly. It depends on where are these orcs living exactly, but there is a mention of, let's call them, wild tribes of orcs that were not under the control of Sauron, and Sauron later had to invest to get these orcs back into his ranks and train them and make armies out of them. So you could definitely portray a different kind of orc in the show. Though they don't have the rights to this particular passage, I assume. Though in Lord of the Rings we also have an implication that some of the orcs also said, yeah, let's get away from here and maybe live somewhere away from the Dark Lord and do our own stuff. Just go back to tribal life, basically. And yeah, this is definitely possible. It is possible to have orcs portrayed differently, though I would say the show already has a lot of big topics to handle. I'm not sure if a big topic like the orcs and their complicated or mysterious origin, which Tolkien wrote a lot of different versions of, is the right thing to do in the show right now. Like, I'm not sure. We will see. But it seems like they seem to portray the orcs a bit differently. But as said, having female orcs still makes sense. But yeah, let's maybe move on a bit, else we'll never get through the trailer in 6 hours. Streaming time passes so fast. As said, I can't have trouble reading the chat while doing production due to reasons. Maybe I could do production a bit differently. I have an idea. Okay. Might not be the ideal solution, but maybe that helps me a bit, seeing chat and production at the same time. Okay. But did the... don't know the context. Did the women fight? Which women? Like, there were fighting women in the lore. We know that, for example, Haleth was described as an Amazon in the First Age. She was from the tribe. She was one of the 3 tribes of the Edain. So she was of men. She did fighting. Potentially in some versions, Galadriel did at least defend something. So she was for sure capable of fight as well. She was also in a somewhat late letter described as an orc women. I don't know. Like, it's never mentioned. So that there we can only speculate if they fight. I guess considering how tribal orcs are and how savage they can be, I would not be surprised if orc women could also fight. So I don't know. I think though there's no direct mention of that. But yeah, maybe we just move on a little bit so we get something done today. So here we see this thing here. You also see that the land in the background is somewhat similar. We move this a bit back and forth. So now we see, I think Sadok was the name, and it was already revealed. And he's one of the hobbits. And interestingly, he reads like a book. And we see in a moment something about that. Let me just switch back to this production thing here. There was the posters, if you remember, released somewhat, I wouldn't call early, but a while ago. And we had one with a scroll on it with very weird letters on it, which I could not make any sense out of. And as a result, yeah, I assume this is similar because here, if we just move on a little bit, we see this here. So we see very similar symbols here on the book. It's, I assume, the same book we just saw, and he reads it. What is going on with this book? What's the meaning of that? Why we have so weird writing in it? I can't tell you, but all I know is this is most likely related to the hobbits and to a Sadok for some reason. But I don't know more really about this. So that the hobbits are in the show is really strange because they only appear in the records in the Third Age, not in the Second Age. So 1050, the Third Age. Yeah, I would also have guessed this has to do with Harad or something, but I don't know. It was also my first impression, but it seems not to be the case. Maybe somebody can make any sense out of this writing. There is something strange. Do you see this here? Some of these look like dwarven letters. Maybe that would be strange. Why would they have dwarven letters? Let me just think for this about this. This here could be in W. Where did I see this letter here? I'm not sure. This here could be an NG in the dwarven letter system. A sound, like in going. This here, I'm not sure. Does it exist in this form? It exists as also as an or an N sound, but it looks a bit different. Really strange, but yeah, I don't know. If somebody has a really good idea, feel free to share it. I have none about this letter system. Oh, burnt my dinner. Oh no! That is unfortunate. Speaking of queens, is Queen Beruthiel from the Second Age. Now, she's from the Third Age. Round about 1000. It's really hard to say. 1000 must be after the Kindred. 700, 600? We have to look up. Does somebody know in chat the exact date out of their head? Let me see. If we can find it. I assume, though, the website will be a bit overloaded. Oh, that is. No, it's even earlier. It's 800. Not 1800, it's just 830 to 900. So very early Third Age, but not Second Age. Definitely not Second Age. Yeah, Beruthiels are far after the fall. It's definitely Third Age. First dinner, but I can save it, I think. Good luck on that. Yeah, so it's really interesting in that regard that we see this here, but sadly I can't really read it. Though this stuff, some of the stuff really looks like Dwarven letters, but not all of it. So I don't know, if somebody has like a good knowledge about this kind of letter system, feel free to let me know. I'm very curious to learn more about this. So next is a switch. This is Sardok, which we already know. He plays like an older hobbit that probably has to do with the law or something. Has maybe a wise man among his hobbit tribe, the Harfoots. There are multiple or 3 hobbit breeds. One are the Harfoots, and they I think are mentioned first as well in the records. I'm not sure though. There are also the Sturs and the Fellowhides, but they appear in the Third Age. They are there since the Elder Days, as Bilbo notes, or as it is written in the prologue of the Lord of the Rings book, but they only appear in record so that we know something about them in the Third Age. So they managed to hide from the Elder Days to the Third Age, and nobody knew that they existed. That is really interesting. Is that a hobbit hole? Yeah, maybe it is a hobbit hole. Definitely true. And he says like the sky is strange or something like this. And as a result, he looks up in a moment. Also, the show is rated 16. I just noticed that the extended version of The Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, for example, is also rated 16. I never knew, in Germany at least. I never knew about that. I thought they were all 12. The films, the cinematic cut is 12 years though, but it is. Sardok is also a Hobbit name, just to come back to this picture. So it's mentioned also in Lord of the Rings. With the Hobbit names, it's a bit like they had like all these names on a dartboard and just threw darts on it and just picked the names together from that. So in theory, like it's really like the Hobbit name stuff has a big problem though. So there is a problem with the Hobbit stuff that's very complicated. Like it seems like the Hobbits lost their original, if they are like their own tribe and had their own language, they lost it at some point and adopted the language of the Norsemen of that time. And so their names in the Shire are their original names. Like we know, for example, Frodo Baggins' name, for example, is Bilba Labingi. It's its original name. The translation of Maura Labingi. Bilba Labingi is Bilbo. And Maura Labingi, the translation is Frodo Baggins, because Maura means something like the experienced, and in Old English, experienced or wise by experience means Frod. And then Tolkien just made Frodo out of it, so as a translation. So he just didn't make up fantasy names, he also gave them an etymology and thought process how to translate them into modern English. So the Hobbit names we have are all anglicized, like Sam, Merry. For example, Merry's name is a Kalimag, and his short form would be Kali, which means Merry translated. So Tolkien translated it with Merry, and so on. So there are a lot of details like these we know from Appendix F, for example. Maybe it's also Kalimag, not Kalimag. I'm not sure. I have to look it up, but something like that. And that's quite interesting because this maybe allows them, they could like make a precedent that their actual Hobbit names are in their Hobbit language, but they're just translations and anglicized. Maybe they use the same they anglicize them the same way as in the books. So you can make an argument that this kind of works from the perspective that Tolkien found, like the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit is written from the perspective that Tolkien found these books, especially the Lord of the Rings, and the Red Book of Westmarch, and translated them and translated it into modern English. And so that's basically the perspective. And as a result, it kind of works. So the in the Norse, we know there was like, let's call them a king in Rovanion. Rovanion is or a big part of Rovanion is Mirkwood, or Greenwood the Great as it's called later. Let me just go to the map really quick. So all this region here is Rovanion, and where the arrow is, there is Greenwood the Great, which will later be called Mirkwood. And in there, we know that somewhere in this region, if you have seen maybe also some of my last videos, we know that there's somewhere, I can't see it because it's too small here on my screen. But yeah, somewhere here on this road is the Carrock, and here's the Vales of Anduin and so on, and somewhere between live the ancestors of the people of Rohan, the Eotheod, and they use Old English, or their language is represented by Old English. It's not directly Old English. It's complicated. And however, at a very early point in Rovanion, we had also lords there, and they used Gothic names. So you could maybe argue that there was a point where the earlier language was maybe presented by Gothic. So maybe you would expect Gothic names instead of Old English names, especially for the Hobbits. But as said, it depends on how the perspective of this is. It's complicated. I would argue it can make sense to just use the Lord of the Rings names, and it's probably easier because in the Second Age, I would assume that the Hobbits still had their own language, and this is simply not known. It is lost in history. We don't know what the Hobbits spoke. They just adopted the language of the Norsemen later, because they must have met them, I guess, and they were influenced by them greatly, but we don't know how this happened. This must have happened, though, somewhere in this region in Rovanion. Maybe, and that is a theory which we might have to look, maybe they also lived down here in Fangorn, which would be an interesting idea, though, but it would be really strange. But, yeah, so much regarding the Hobbits. Here we have a common theme. He looks up, and then the meteor appears. Here is the meteor. Pretty cool, but very untypical for Tolkien. There's one meteor mentioned. Oh, you can't see the meteor. I forgot to switch the scenes. Of course I did. Yeah, so maybe just move to the meteor. Yeah, there's one meteor mentioned in the in Tolkien's universe, and that I know of. Maybe there's another one. And that is the one that fell on the earth and was found by Eol, the Dark Elf. Not sure if I have a good artwork of him. Probably not. Could look for it though. Well, I have one definitely, but I'm not sure how much it helps me here right now. We have one by Nasmith. Sara Morello also made a few. Maybe use the one of Sara Morello. Also shoutouts to her, fantastic artwork. But it's one of her very old artworks, I think at least. So, this is what is it? The sister of the great-grandfather of Elrond, Arithel, and she's from Gondolin, and she is lost in a forest. It's a complicated story I don't want to dig too deep into, but this man that we see here is Eol, and yeah, he forged two swords out of a meteor. He found the meteor, and there was potentially metal or something in it, and he forged two meteors out of it. How can a meteor... We'll come to this in a moment, I guess. And he forged two swords out of it, Anguriel and Anglachel. And one of them was later reforged into another sword by... that became the sword of Túrin. Túrin is like a very tragic, let's call him in the widest sense a hero and dragon slayer of the First Age. And he's a man. And he did terrible things and screwed up a lot of times, you could say. But also a very powerful curse was upon him in a way. And the story is very heavily inspired by the Kalevala, the Finnish, the Finnish Kalevala, and there's a story in this book called Kullervo, I think. And it's very, very similar to that. You also find, what is it pronounced in English? In German we say Oedipus. I'm not sure it's pronounced in English though. There's this, or we have also the, in the Norse mythology we find it too. Very popular story. It's one of the Great Tales. There's these 3 books called the Great Tales. Fall of Gondolin, Beren and Luthien, and of course the children of Húrin, and the children of Húrin. Túrin is the child of Húrin, so he's part of the story. And as said, in the Silmarillion there's a mention that this meteor is found, these swords are forged. Later one of them is reforged into a sword called Gurthan, and that's the first, one of the first, or the father of the dragon, Glaurung, is slain by it. So, something like this. This, of course, as somebody already mentioned, is a bit controversial, the meteor stuff. There are meteors in the world of Tolkien, let's put it that way. There are some. Why it's here in the show, I don't know. There is no big story in the Second Age that has like a meteor in it. And especially if we have seen the first teaser, which I could show, I think, but it would be complicated production-wise. There we also saw the meteor, and we have the term Meteor Man. And this makes, in my opinion, is a very problematic thing that they did here, because they added a very fantastic supernatural element to this story that is not in the books, and it's so fantastic, it seems almost absurd. That is the problem, like that there's a meteor falling on the ground and there's somebody in it. Are you kidding me? Like, that's not what Tolkien wrote or mentioned, and I don't see any reference. Like, this seems to be completely made up out of thin air. But, it's very unfortunate. I think we have to see in the show when it's out what this story about this Meteor Man is exactly. But usually, the problem with the meteor is that it gives you the impression that something comes to Arda, the world. We have seen it here on the map multiple times. To the world itself from outside the world. And that is usually only thing very, very powerful beings do. Especially surviving, landing on the ground in a meteor is potentially only possible by, for example, spirit beings, Ainur or something. So the Maiar, the Valar, something like that. So it is strange why they would add a very powerful entity like this into this. Some speculate it might be Sauron in this meteor. Some say maybe it's some form of, I don't know, one of the wizards. I don't know. We know though the wizards did not come by meteor to Middle Earth. When they sailed over from Aman, they came by the reason why the assumption at least can be made, like they sailed from Aman over to Mislond, because when Gandalf came to Middle Earth, one of the first things that happened, and that is mentioned, is that he met another cool character, one of my favorite characters. Shoutouts to my moderator as well, who uses this name on Discord, Círdan, the shipwright. And he lives in Mislond, and he builds ships. His name Círdan itself means shipbuilder, so he's shipbuilder the shipbuilder. But doesn't matter too much. What is interesting is that he meets Gandalf, and later in the Third Age, when Gandalf comes to Middle Earth, he sees him and he understands, it seems, who those people are that come, who those wizards are, their nature. And he gives him his ring of power, his elven ring of power, Narya. And this is how Gandalf got his ring. And he basically says, your labors are hard and difficult. Here, take this ring. It can rekindle the hearts of others in a time that is very cold, basically. It's worded a bit better than I just try to remember the exact quote, but yeah, it's so Gandalf gets a ring from Círdan, and as a result, it is somewhat implied, at least if you look at the texts, that's how I interpret them, that they most likely came by ship, because why would they else be in Mithlond then first? Like, it's a haven. If you sail to the west, and I guess also if you come from the west to Middle Earth, you land there, and basically are greeted by the elves and Círdan, who is in the havens of these lands, and gives Gandalf the ring. So I would say, story-wise, and this quote is also what I described as in the Lord of the Rings as well, it makes very little sense to me that they come by meteor. Like, for me, they come with a ship, not with a meteor or something. Makes, in my opinion, very little sense. Yeah, I would also maybe think it's maybe Sauron. That would also be my speculation. It's a character we heard absolutely nothing about so far. They seem almost to keep him somewhat secret. And we know we need Sauron in the Second Age, so he has to be there in some form. Yeah, Círdan's awesome. Also, shoutouts to Kimberly80 for this fantastic artwork. It's one of my favorite artworks of all time. Well, I'm not sure. Some people might disagree with, but maybe it's also an ironic comment, that how much faithfulness. We don't know how much faithfulness there will be. We have to see. But this part here, the meteor is definitely not part of the faithfulness, I have to admit. So I'm very, very skeptical about this. This seems to be like a tacked on story that nobody asked for, but I don't know what they're doing with this. John Mihan asks, do we know who are the basically main characters, central characters? Definitely Galadriel, I would assume, but we don't know for sure. Maybe Nori Brandywine? Brandyfoot, not Brandywine. Brandyfoot is her name. And I could assume she has something to do, because she was introduced as one of the first characters, I guess. Elrond, Gil-galad, Durin, these should be like the big characters. Of course, Celebrimbor, the Lord of Eregion. Chariot of Fire in the Sky, yeah, something like this. I don't know if... Probably there's no mention of this in Lord of the Rings. What about DNA? But yeah, it's pretty strange in my opinion. Maybe I should have used the time where I showed you the Círdan picture. Maybe I can switch to the Middle Earth. I could try finding the trailer here on my device. Might be not a good idea though. Where did I save it? If yes, where? I only have this one. I hope it kind of works. You know what? I have a very smart idea. Okay, that should work. So yeah, we switched to the first trailer. Now I can switch back and forth between trailers. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, Nori Brandywine. This was from the first teaser trailer. Here we had Galadriel. There was a scene where at the end somewhere. Here we see the meteor again. First age stuff. Here's the scene. So we see this stone stuff here. It looks like there's a fiery man coming on. This is a stranger, which is often called the Meteor Man. And yeah, to me that seems really, really strange that he is in this. Like I don't get it. So I'm really worried about this particular change in this particular part of the story. I guess a lot of people are that like the book, because as I said, it's not mentioned in the books at all. It's just strange to me. Especially, I mean, why would they bring Sauron on the world like this? This was the age where Sauron was trying to, in disguise, decept all the others and have a lot of secrecy where he's from and pretending he's somebody else who he isn't. It would be strange when he comes to the world in a meteor. Like, it makes no sense to me. I have big worries what the implication of this might be. But yeah. Is Sauron's reaction after the rings failed to work on the elves? I don't know if Sauron can just make meteors all of a sudden. Probably would have used this ability quite often, if, to be honest, if he could do this. So it seems out of place. Let's put it that way. And it's definitely a thing I so far am very skeptical of and might criticize quite a bit. By spaceship, maybe yeah. Maybe it's Sauron from a parallel universe, and he travels to this world in a spaceship. It's space Sauron. Definitely a possibility. Yeah, Sauron had no knowledge of the... That is a very good point, by the way. I stopped by to say hi. I don't think I can stay for long. I have no positive answer. Well, we will find out. I'm definitely also not that positive about this. The atomic bomb. But yeah, I'm really skeptical about this particular part. I don't know what to say, because as we know, there is a meteor mentioned in Tolkien's universe, but only one time, I think, and then there's not a person coming out of it. That is just too strange. Yeah, Ents are back. We come to this later, I guess. Maybe the Balrogs, yeah, could be a possibility, I guess, but they also don't come by meteor, and they were under the earth, not on top, and they were in hiding. Like, if this screen is in the Second Age, I can prove it to you by showing you this screenshot here. Here we see her. She lives in the Second Age, I assume, and she sees how it explodes. So it can't be. It must be Second Age, and the Balrogs were already in hiding. They would not come. Like, the Balrogs were hiding until their master is returning, and they don't want to be found. So they were in hiding at this point. They would not come with a meteor down the earth, so everybody could see, oh, there's a meteor coming. And since all characters in this video are looking up, like him, we definitely notice that some people noticed this meteor, and that's just so strange to me. Also, somebody made the mention that that Sauron had no knowledge of the hobbits in the Lord of the Rings, which also would indicate that this is not Sauron either, because he is found by Nori Brandyfoot, one of the hobbits, and if she knows about him, if he knows about her, he knows about hobbits, but he didn't know. If that makes sense, I guess. So there could be made an argument. Dave Terry, welcome, nice to see you, good evening. So somebody, I'm not sure who noted that in chat, but shoutouts to you, that's a pretty good point. No, I don't find it. But yeah, there's too much stuff going on in chat. So this was this scene. Yeah, we see the meteor doing stuff, and then this shot we already know from the other trailer. Let me just see, where is Gil-galad? Here. We have the same shot here and in this trailer. I missed him, yeah. So, yeah, nothing new. We just very brief mention of what we see. Like, you see these runes here on these two. I looked it up, and it's called sash, right? Schärpe in German. And on it we see Kirs, later also known as dwarf runes, but the dwarf runes are in origin an elven writing system, in case people wonder. And it reads, we talked about it last time, it reads Elder King. The Sindarin words for Elder King. Aran Ainyor, I think, is the pronunciation. So, yeah, Elder King is, as said, we have these entities I mentioned earlier, the spirit beings, angels of highest rank. And yeah, this is the Elder King, Manwe. And he has a wife, Varda, and she's also in Sindarin called Elbereth. We know this exclamation from the Lord of the Rings. O Elbereth, by Frodo, for example. There's a poem or a song in The Road Goes Ever On. There's a translation of it, quite interesting. And that is written on his sleeves. Like here, we could read Elbereth on it in Kirs. So quite interesting. We talked about this. Not a fan of the golden touch his stuff has, but I always imagined him more silver. We learned in the Nature of Middle-earth, though, which just came out September, they probably didn't know that Gil-galad had silver hair, not black hair. But in its origin, I guess a lot of people would have assumed he has black hair. Makes sense, but silver also makes sense. So there was some speculation about silver hair before, I think, but I can't blame them for this little mistake here, if you want to call it like. As said, the book that includes this particular information came out September last year, and by then they probably filmed everything and planned everything already, so it's difficult to do this. Then now we come to another thing. Is there anything, like we talked about Gil-galad previously. He also has a spear called Aiglos, which means snowthorn. We talked about that quite a bit. Let me just see, Nerdist. No, this time it's Nerdist, I'm pretty sure. We had this picture here, you probably know. And yeah, here we see him with his spear Aiglos. And on this spear thing, we have also a writing, which shoutouts to the people on the One Ring Discord. I think also the Fellowship of Fans Discord. There was like cooperation going on, and they had like, I don't know where they got it, but they have a high-res version of this screenshot. Not of the screenshot, of the spear, and there we can read the text. Like there's Elvish writing on it, and if you transcribe it, translate it, I made a little short video reading it and explaining, at least giving you my translation of that. Why does this not work? Yeah, and it basically is a text we already know from something else, from like the Peter Jackson films. It also had a similar text on it. Maybe I can find the link and can post it in chat then. Just give me a moment. Yeah, here it is. Basically, the translation here is what what you can read on it. Though the text is a bit different. We talked about this earlier. It's in the one of the wikis. You find it. Like the fandom wiki usually has like film stuff is pretty decent on that. Even though usually Tolkien Gateway is a way to go for lore stuff, but when it comes to details like these, it's also pretty good wiki. So can recommend that. Also, why does my thingy not work? I don't know. And yeah, I don't know. If I would make it rhyme, it would read. Where did I post my rhyming thing? I have to look it up because I don't know it out of my head. But maybe I just check it in Photoshop, right? But yeah, we discussed this in this other video. More poetic. Yeah, Gil-galad wields a piercing spear. The frozen tip, the orc will fear. Having seen me in death's dread, I gloss my name. He will not forget. Something like this. If I would make it rhyme. But it's probably not 100% it's very free translation of it. Like there's like some grammatical stuff in it that I found a bit difficult to get behind because my Elvish is not that great, to be honest, but there are some interesting problems there. But yeah. Yeah, it looks almost the same, so it's very reminiscent of that. It's a very interesting detail. I didn't know when I did the stream about this, but yeah, I mentioned it, I think, in this little video, this short video I posted here on my channel some time ago. Let me see if maybe I can post it in chat. They also read the Elvish lines. Not sure how cringe it is if I read Elvish, but let me see. Here is the thing. First time in my life I did a short video on YouTube, just a minute. And yeah, there I read it, and I also give you the translation, which is maybe a bit better, but a more correct translation. It's kind of interesting if you go through the text, because yeah, there's some details simply in it, how it's translated, how it works, and so on. Especially the frozen, like the word for spear or spearhead, or the tip of the spear, like the word that is described there is an angle. I think though in an old meaning it means spearhead. It could also be like a wedge or something like this, and yeah, the wedge and the spearhead have a similar form, so there's like some kind of interesting relationship between them in the etymology of Tolkien's world. So it's quite kind of interesting. There's some interesting. Somebody definitely put in some effort writing this. Let's put it, and still the text is different than the one on the other spear. It's just the meaning is very similar, but it's just phrased differently, if that makes sense. But yeah, so much about Gil-galad, his stuff. I like though that he has writings on his robes. That is robes. Hard to say word with a B. It's pretty cool, I have to admit. Like the language stuff and translating it, somebody definitely put in some effort. While I don't like the Meteor men stuff, like this stuff here. I have to do production really quick. While like oh, that's the wrong screenshot. Well, I don't like this. I definitely like the language stuff so far. Like, there was a lot of fun looking at this. Somebody was definitely put in some effort here, and I appreciate stuff like this a lot. We often focus on this channel on language stuff, so as somebody who also likes these details, I enjoy at least seeing this and this detail and trying to read it, and there's actually something written in Elvish on it, and you can translate it and so on. That's a lot of fun for me. So looking forward to more of that stuff. We also come soon to another text that in this teaser, but not just yet. Though we now talk about, we just go chronologically. We talk about this in a moment. So yeah, nothing new here. This is a new shot, and yeah, we see white birds. So and we see an elven ship, I assume on a sea or in the ocean. And I have to admit, this particular section of the trailer confuses me greatly. So translated. Yeah, we translate the Durin color thing in a moment. I think it comes after the section, right? Here it comes. Yeah, we translate this in a moment. But yes, this confuses me greatly. So first of all, everything we see here makes kind of sense. We see a ship. On this ship, we see what do we call this? A crest, a banner, an emblem, whatever the exact term for it is. You see it on the sail. I assume it's Elvish because if we zoom in a bit closer, we see Galadriel and elves. So kind of interesting. The birds look a bit strange, I agree, paper birds. Though we know that, for example, let me just get the artwork going. By Ted Nasmith, he also made a depiction. We have a description of certain things. Ted Nasmith. We have this is the kinslaying in Alqualonde. And there's another one I'll try to find in a moment. And here we see the swan ships. And there is like some liberty here because I think the beaks were golden and the eyes, there was like a black stone in where the eyes are for those swan ships. And there's another one, and this might give you an impression where this idea that we see there comes from. Let me just find it really quick. I'm not sure if I can find it that quick. Yeah, I found it. And here we see something unusual, I would say, that maybe gives you. It's not what we see on this picture, but maybe it's a distant inspiration for it. Why we see these white birds here. It's again by Ted Nasmith, and pretty cool. So here we see the swan ships, and you see the swans, and you see lions behind them tied to the ships, and these swans basically pull these ships a bit, and yeah, that is one of the ideas of Tolkien that we find and are described. Charles to Ted Nasmith again, and so if we now switch back to this picture, we don't see the same, but seeing an elf on a ship with white birds, for me that's absolutely fitting. Like, it fits perfectly. Really, it's of course not the same. I'm not implying these are the same ships, they are pulling it or whatever. I just say it kind of makes sense. Like from a visual standpoint of things, makes totally sense. It's easily my favorite shot that they released so far. Yeah, I like this shot also. I can totally see it. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool painting. I can maybe switch back and forth again a few times. We also see some just flying up because there are other birds also flying around. So everything is perfectly fine. And then we go further. So who could these elves are? Maybe some Teleri elves in Aman or so. Teleri elves in Aman, who knows? Then we get this screenshot. Try to hit the exact screenshot thing here. Wait a minute, I can 30 frames. Maybe I can go one frame back. No, I can't. This is the exact frame. I just hit it frame perfect, chat. What do you say about... I did not expect it. This is the first frame we got. It's absolute lovely shot. Yeah, it is. So that's the first frame I got. And we see multiple elves here. Here we have already like a debatable thing that we had this debate a little bit at the ending of the last stream. And I have to switch stuff. We see the birds in front of the ship. We see this bird head, maybe a swan or so, at the front of the ship. It has a sail though, of course. Totally works. And we see short-haired elves a lot, except for Galadriel, of course, which some people say is very unusual. And I didn't do the research last time, but yeah, you see again the similarity. Let me just try. Like I said, production today is hellish difficult. Today because of reasons. Let me just see if I can find the quotes that I need. Maybe I won't find them because I didn't note them in a really good way. Come on, move over. Okay, I think I got it. Not you. This. So maybe I can read the quote. Yeah, so there are multiple quotes. Like a lot of people are mentioned in the Lord of the Rings having long hair. Boromir, for example, Eowyn, but also Celeborn, for example, we can read. And the hair of the lady was deep gold, and the hair of the Lord of Celeborn was of silver, long and bright. So Celeborn also has long hair. The Witch King has long hair, interestingly. The third was taller than the others, so the third one was the Witch King. While Frodo was using the One Ring, his hair was long and gleaming, and on his helm was a crown. Another example. The guards of Rohan in Edoras. There sat other guards with drawn swords laid upon their knees. Their golden hair was braided on their shoulders, so it's definitely an implication. Eowyn, we also had, very fair was her face, and her long hair was like a river of gold. We have this. The Haradrim, for example, we have this scene where one is shot down and falls to the feet of Sam in the books. In the film, I think it's to Faramir finds him. We have the very similar, he falls off the elephant, and falls down to him. They have black eyes and long black hair, and the gold rings in their ears. Yes, lots of beautiful gold. Was really terrible, but you get the point. Goldberry, the wife of Tom Bombadil, her long yellow hair rippled down her shoulders. So we have a lot of descriptions in the book of long hair. We also have some bigger quotes when it comes to the hair length. Just to complete what I couldn't complete last time. Long hair elves, but most it was they won't sail to what? Can't read from this. The thing is too far away from the microphone to read it. I have my glasses. In their swift ships upon the waters of the Bay of Elvenhome, or to walk in the waves upon the shore, with their long hair gleaming like foam in the light beyond the hill. So you definitely here's a description of the Teleri elves at the coast. So here we have a description that they often had long hair back in the day. In the Silmarillion, we also find the same. This was from the Morgoth ring. In the Silmarillion, interestingly, the quote is missing. There it's only walked in the waves upon the shore with their hair gleaming in the light, instead of walk in the waves upon the shore with the long hair gleaming. So that was a change made to the Silmarillion for whatever reason. Maybe to save words. Sometimes you have not enough words for your book, and like the space in your book is limited, and then you have to make some cuts here and there. Maybe that was done here. However, yeah, also Ingwe, of course, has is described as having curling golden hair. And then we have further Finwe and Miriel. Miriel was the first wife of Finwe, had long dark hair. So had Feanor and all the Noldor, save by the intermarriage, which did not often take place between clans except among the chieftains, and then only after settlement in Aman. Only Finwe's second son by Indes had fair hair, blonde hair, and this remained generally characteristic of his descendants, notably Finrod, Elwe, and Finrod. Also Galadriel is a descendant of this second son of Indis and Finwe. That's why Galadriel also has golden hair. Then there's a mention Elwe and Olwe, that is the grandfather by the mother's side of Elwe is the grandfather of the mother of Galadriel, so her grandfather by the mother's side. Had very pale hair, almost white. So here we have the silver thing there. Melian and Luthien also had dark hair. So we have like a description of the hair. This is from the Nature of Middle-earth, in the section called Hair. In Peoples of Middle-earth, we also have another quote about long hair. All the Eldar had beautiful hair, and were especially attracted by the hair of exceptional loveliness, but the Noldor were not specially remarkable in this respect, and there is no reference of Finwe as having had hair of exceptional length, abundance, or beauty beyond the measure of his people. So what this implies is they had not exceptionally long hair, but they had long hair, basically. If you read it a bit between the lines, at least you could interpret this quote like this. So we have a lot of long hair quotes here, and yeah, also the name, like we have a lot of, in some names, not all names, and we have like Finn in the name, and Finn also means hair, so there is some tendency. As a result, some people are a bit skeptical that we don't see the Peter Jackson, everyone has long hair style, which I have to admit I kind of like. Here they go for a different style, though I would say Peter Jackson's idea might have been a bit closer to the descriptions we find in the books. So this is the first part, to just get the hair discussion out of the way. First stage could be hilariously hairy. Potential. The problem is that we see on this picture is this, what are they looking at? In this scene here, we see them looking at something bright. And with kind of amazement. What is this? And let me just hit the frame again. Oh, it's done differently. That's strange. I did not hit the perfect frame. This one. So it's hard to tell what this here is. I think it's not the meteor. It's too bright for that. Like it's not. They look at the light. The problem is, what could this be? Like, for example, at the beginning, or in my tweet posted yesterday, where this particular screenshot here was leaked, some speculated maybe they look at the two trees of Valinor in amazement. That would make sense, I guess. But they're on a ship, and we see the mast here in the background. You see here this pole here, that's where the sails, the mast of it. Whatever the English term is. In German it's mast. I don't know what the exact. Probably the same in English, but I don't know. And you could argue maybe it's Aman or something. The problem with this is, if they are on the ocean, let us look at maps again. If they are on the ocean, for example, let's say they are here, for whatever reason. If we now would look at the map of Aman, which I luckily made at some point in my life, it's not precise, but it's good enough. You see, let me just see, how do I get this bigger, chat? Like, something like this. You see this here. You see this mountain range, and these are the Pelori. So this is basically Aman and the West continent. And the Pelori are a mountain range that block the light of the two trees. The only way you could see it, or at least most of it, the only thing you could see from the ocean then would have been through this gap here. Like between this high mountain, this is Taniquetil, and there's a gap. I think it's called, does somebody know in chat how this is called? Kalakiria or something like this was the name. I forgot the gap now. And through this gap, you could see the light of the trees, I think. That was one of the few ways to see it. But, so if your ship is here, you can't see the trees like this, at least. Maybe, if we switch back to the thing, I guess the trees could be very tall. I don't think they are much taller than the mountains themselves. Maybe because you see the light is very high here in the air. I don't know. Hard to say, but I would make the argument from the ocean it's hard to see. Also, they face into the direction. So it makes very little sense. Like when they are sailing away from Aman, that they would look into the direction of the two trees. They would have to look west. The two trees are, by the way, here. And this is they only exist in the First Age, before the years of the sun. That's the easiest way to describe it. There's also a time in the First Age where they don't exist, and I think that might be what we see here. But we come to this in a moment. So that makes very little sense, in my opinion. So I don't think they look at the trees now seeing this particular trailer. I don't think that makes any sense, in my opinion. Because from the ocean it's difficult to see. They could be here on the other side of the ocean, but why would they be there? They probably would fall off the world, something like this, because it's at the time of the trees still flat, so complicated. I don't think so. Then we have another detail. We see only elves on the ship. And one of the elves is Galadriel. So if we now go back to the trailer here, we definitely see the actress. We definitely see Galadriel in the show. Just let me find my production thing here. Here it is. We see her. She is on that boat, it seems, and she looks west. She looks into the direction of the light source, wherever that is. So why is Galadriel on a ship? That is the most important question that we have to ask ourselves. So one explanation could be why she is on a ship with other elves only. We don't see, I assume at least, all the ears are looking like elven ears. The only reason she sails west would be, let me just switch this to the right age, would be in the First Age to maybe sail over to Middle-earth. Why else would she be on a ship? Makes no sense, in my opinion. Maybe she could also sail west. Then this would make sense. Maybe this is like the ending screenshot where she sails west in the Third Age or so. I don't know. But the only other explanation I have is she sails to Middle-earth. And maybe the sun, like, it looks more evening-like, I have to say. So I would say this is west. Sailing west makes very little sense. However, we know from the show that in the Second Age, we now switch back to the Second Age thing here. Things get complicated. Maybe they sails to Numenor, but why does she sail with other elves to Numenor? It makes no sense, it's not mentioned. It's really strange. But Numenor is west of Middle-earth, somewhat west, so it makes sense that she sails west in a way. How was Celeborn related to Thingol? That's a complicated question. Depends on the version. In some versions, he is a kinsman. In some versions, he's like the, I don't know, nephew or no, not what is the nephew's son? Something like this. In some versions, he's not. It might be even more complicated. I don't know. Really hard to say. However, it makes it makes, like, I don't know. It's Eru's light, maybe. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, though. I don't know we have a precedent for that. What I could imagine, though, even though it makes also no sense, let's pretend this is not this is not, like, an idea I really like, where this scenario here maybe makes most sense, though it also it has problems. A scenario I like, though, would be, because she's also on an elven ship, which is also strange, chat. If we switch back, what if this is not west, it's east, and this is the first time the sun rises? Or maybe it's noon, or what do I know? Maybe this is the first time the elves see the sunrise, because we know this of course has also a bunch of problems. So in the first age, the elves lived on Aman for some time, as we can see here. And the Noldor elves, due to some events that are related to an elf called Feanor, sailed back to Middle-earth to get revenge basically on Morgoth and claim the 3 Silmarilli, the very mystical and legendary powerful gems, back. And for that, he sailed to Beleriand and burned the ships, though, on the other side. We have fantastic artwork of Ted Nasmith seeing the ships burn. So however, not all. The original plan was, just to make it kind of short, was that first Feanor and his men sail over to Middle-earth, then he sent the ships back and they catch the other Noldor that couldn't go on the first thing. But instead, Feanor burned the ships on the other side and did not sail back. And since the world was flat and the elves can see very far due to their powerful eyes, they saw the smoke on the other side rising into the air and thought, oh, we are screwed. Now we made so much trouble here in Aman and are basically just received a ban from Aman. And also we are too proud to go back and ask for pardon. So we now just walk over a place called Helcaraxe, which is here in the north. It's basically a frozen wasteland between the continents of Middle-earth and Aman in the very north of the world. There's also several artworks depicting that. It looks very cold in contrast to this picture. And yeah, also Ted Nasmith made this artwork here, and they wandered through this cold over to Middle-earth. And on this way, they also saw the sun rising. So you could, however, there is a version where Galadriel goes not over to Middle-earth, over Helcaraxe, but she takes a swan ship of the Teleri elves and sails over to Middle-earth from Alqualonde to Middle-earth. I don't know where exactly. I would assume to Mislon. Sails over. It's a bit hard to hit here on the small screen. Over here. So maybe, and she maybe has some followers that follow her or whatever. Maybe Celeborn is on the ship as well. Maybe, I have an interesting theory now that I think about it. So she sails over there after the kinslaying, and this is relatively close, not exactly, but in the realm of when the 2 trees were destroyed, and out of the last fruit, let me just get a picture. It's just so much lore to explain all at once. Sorry for skipping back and forth so much at a time. Let me just give you an idea of the 2 trees of Valinor really quick. We have this of BeneF. This artwork, I hope. Not the right one. Maybe. Can't see it. Yeah, should be right. He made this artwork, and yeah, they have 2 trees. They emitted light, or they emit light, and one was silver like the moon, one was golden like the sun. Laurelin and Telperion they were called. Laurelin was the golden one, Telperion the moon one. And yeah, they were destroyed by Morgoth, the master of Sauron, in a very powerful move, you could say. it was a very sneaky move, but it did a lot of damage. You could, and he also sacked this mentioned tree Silmarillion, these powerful gems, and in these gems, the light of these trees is basically trapped. And after the destruction, these three gems are all that is left of the glory and power and light of these trees, and so they're now very, very valuable and powerful, of course. So he steals them, goes over to Middle-earth, and the elves are angry and go behind him, what I just explained. However, out of the last fruit and out of the last flower of these two trees, the Valar made the sun and moon, put them into a vessel, and this was how sun and moon were created in the mythology of Tolkien. And that is a really beautiful story, in my opinion, though there also, like I said, Tolkien worked to abandon it a little bit and create a round world version where things are different, but whatever. It is interesting, though, that then, in this mythology, there was like a first sunrise. And maybe this is what we see here, the first sunrise, and they look. After the tragic loss of the two trees of Valinor, they now gaze upon a new light source of the world, the sun. It would be a pretty powerful shot, though this would be then still First Age, and the beginning of the years of the sun, which are the last 590 years of the First Age. However, this would be an explanation. However, it doesn't really look west, to be honest. If it doesn't really look east. More like the sun is going down slowly, and it's maybe then more west. I don't know, but this would be a thing. She didn't reach Middle-earth by ship. There's one version where she reached Middle-earth by ship. They don't have rights for that, I guess, but they could just pretend, because I think it's never explained in the Lord of the Rings how she entered Middle-earth. But there's one version where she enters Middle-earth by ship herself with her husband or with her friend Celeborn. I'm sure if they were married by that time. But, yeah. I'm not sure what people think about this theory. It's just a theory of mine, don't get me wrong. Because this would be the only thing that would kind of make sense, because this looks more like the sun and less of the two trees of Valinor or so. You are right, the first time it went up in the west, there might be a mention of this. Yeah, you might be right. Because the cycle was not completed. It will be difficult, though, to, I don't know. But maybe it is this. That would be my theory. And now that you mention it, yeah, I think you are right. It went up in the west the first time, right? Can somebody post the Silmarillion quote? Because I currently would struggle finding that myself. So if somebody has it at hand, maybe can just confirm this. I think it's in the Silmarillion where it's mentioned. But so I would assume this is possible. Then they go, though, with a version where Galadriel comes to Middle-earth by ship, though. That is the only way. She does not come over Helcarax. In the Silmarillion, she also, I guess, I'm not even sure if it's mentioned in the Silmarillion, but she must go over to Middle-earth through Helcarax, as mentioned. But yeah, like I said, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe this person here in the background is Celeborn then. Because in this version, Celeborn and Galadriel both go over to Middle-earth on ship. It's time for a second dinner. In Lord of the Rings, the sun and the Hobbit, the sun and moon exist at the same time as the two trees. No. They don't. I think... I'm not even sure if the two trees are mentioned. Who needs some knowledge? Maybe, I don't know. To my knowledge, that should not be correct. Or they sail to Numenor as an envoy, because we know from some other stuff. Let me just see if I can find it in the other trailer really quick. We see Galadriel here. Not here. Where is it? No, that's wrong. Here. We see her on the ocean, and she's on a shipwreck. Maybe the clothes are similar. So it could be that. But that is not in the Third Age, though. Yeah, it was. There was a leak that Galadriel would go to Numenor, which is also not mentioned in the books. In my opinion, would contradict, especially at a very late time where Pharazôn and Isildur were already alive. That would makes no sense that she goes to Middle Earth in that point in time. But yeah, I don't know. Could be that she gets shipwrecked here. The question is, how does she meet Arondir? Maybe he's also on the ship. That would be a pretty huge indicator, I guess, for this. But I don't know. For me, it seems very strange, I have to admit. Wait, what I don't remember, the scene... I don't remember the scene, what scene? But yeah, maybe the clothes look somewhat similar. In this trailer here, we also see, like... It's pretty hard to see, and I can't zoom... Here I can even zoom in, but... There was one where we see the waves. I don't see it, though, anymore. Yeah, here. On this shot, you definitely see, like, there is, like, a second person... There are two persons on this raft. See, here? Potentially Galadriel. So we know she is in the water and on a storm. Maybe the sail here also looks similar. It's maybe made out of this other thing. I'm not sure, though. But yeah. Let me just see. Yeah, maybe... I don't know. I'm going to make many typos today. I also make a lot of typos, so welcome to the club in this regard. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure if this person could be in the other trailer. Let me see, where was he? It's probably not him, right? Maybe that's him. Then this might be Celeborn, though. But I don't know. Or maybe it's just a friend. But as said, if like, why would they look so amazed? It was not like Numenor was glowing or so. It's really strange to me. So I'm very curious how this works and what it has to mean exactly. Okay, I have to got some sleep. Yeah, sleep well. Thank you for staying so long. And yeah, sleep well. See you next time. But yeah, that is like one of many possible theories. I don't have a better one, though. Exactly, we can't see what they are looking at exactly. Very strange. Yeah, it is very strange. I don't really know what is going on exactly. I would exclude the two trees though. That makes very little sense. It's either, I don't know, the sun going up in the first time. I guess that would be a pretty cool scene. Of course, I could go to Numenor as well. Sadly, I can't recognize anything there in the distance. So, you see this here? This looks a bit like land. So maybe it is Numenor, but I guess if this is land, it could be really Numenor, but it could also be the coast of Middle-earth, I guess. It could be the meteor, but I feel like this here is too bright for the meteor. And like in the reflection, we also don't see anything. The water, I don't know. Maybe it is the meteor as well. Definitely possible. It's at least cut this way that but you see the sky is not fitting the sky here. So it's just like a different scene, in my opinion. But you are right, it could also be the meteor, which is maybe the best. Maybe they're on the way to Numenor and see the meteor landing in Middle-earth or something like that. Because if this is west, then yeah, they have to sail somewhat west to get to Numenor. So it would also work. I think it's the sun rising for the first time. Yeah, I like this theory most, but we will see if I'm right or not. But it could be a lot of things. Maybe them seeing Middle-earth for the first time. Yeah, that would also go with seeing the sun for the first time, because they, if Galadriel and friends come by ship, I guess it could kind of work, right? Yeah, Galadriel definitely moves her eyes a little bit, so you might be right, it could be the meteor then. But yeah, no sound. I can't play the sound because yeah, the YouTube the teaser was not released on YouTube. I'm not sure if it is by now, but when I prepared for the stream, it was not released by on YouTube, and I don't want to get into trouble due to music license issues. Just showing the pictures here and maybe moving it back and forth could already be give me some kind of trouble. So I don't want to have any of that, to be honest. So. But so I let leave the sound out. We just go frame by frame anyway. So yeah, next is again the meteor. I'm not sure. Are there any theories, ideas? I think there's not much to say about this particular section here. Let me just drink something. Wait a moment for chat. But didn't they mention that Galadriel traveling over Helcaraxe and what was it called? It's possible that they mentioned that. I'm not sure. I remember though when we saw on the other trailer this screenshot here. Let me see here. This might be Helcaraxe, but that wouldn't work either, to be honest, because it looks like a landmass and not like other stuff. So as a result, I don't think this is Helcaraxe, but maybe this is. But I can't remember if an article mentioned that or not. I'm not sure. But as I said, it's just a theory, could be wrong. I think the most plausible thing is she's on their ship, traveling to Numenor before the ship is sunk into the ocean. Let me just find it. Sorry for skipping so fast here. Yeah. Then she gets what do you call it? The ship breaks down and she is now on this little raft. That's probably a good way to describe it. With, I assume, this dude here. And he then later checks if she is, she then checks if she's an elf and touches her hair, which is kind of, ridiculous copyright laws. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Sacrilegious, you could say, touching her hair. Maybe checking if she's an elf or so. Very unusual. If this is the same ship, so I speculated earlier. If this is the same ship, we don't see Arondir on it. I speculated earlier that I forgot the name of the other character. Somebody know who what the other character was called? Which is on the ship. I forgot about Adar. Yeah, Adar is also there. I had a theory that basically she went with men or something and they didn't know that she was an elf or so, which would be strange, I guess. And because Galadriel is banned from, in some versions, there's a ban on Galadriel returning to or sailing west. And she can't return to Aman, as mentioned, here, the west continent. In some versions there's no ban though. The ban topic is very complicated. That maybe the ship gets into the storm and breaks down because Galadriel is on it. And not only Galadriel is, well, I guess it could be other elves that are banned as well. It's a complicated topic. So the ship maybe sinks because Galadriel is on it. That was one of my theories, but I don't know. Like, if he was on that ship, why, with all the other elves, why would he check her hair and check her ears? Like, I don't get it. Maybe it has nothing to do with the ear, though. Like, why would this scene exist? I don't know. Chat, it's confusing. I can't really make any sense out of it just yet. Hair's off limit, exactly. I'm half dead from lack of sleep, so I will forward to next week. Bronwyn was the woman. Because Wyn, like we have Eowyn, for example. Horse Joy translates Bronwyn, Sword Joy or something, would the translation be? Halbrand, thank you. Yeah, so I assume this hand here on the other trailer was the one, was the hand of Halbrand. Sadly, I now have to skip to this scene again. I think this is Halbrand. We see him here on the on this raft. And in this other scene before, one could assume he is Galadriel is on it too. This might be Galadriel here, but I don't know. If these scenes are connected at all, I don't get it. But yeah, I would say we move on because I don't have any new input. But there could be a lot of things. Yeah, that was my impression too, Mark of the Dragon, to check if she is an elf. Yeah, that was my idea as well. But if this is the same ship, all of them, like he has pointy ears. Here in this screenshot you see it, pointy ears, pointy ears, pointy ears. All of them are elves. Why would he check Galadriel if she's also an elf on a ship full of elves? That makes no sense. If these scenes are connected. Or maybe they are not connected, and maybe this really is, as I said, the first rise of the sun, but I don't know. Maybe there's like, if he gets like they have to lose their ship at some point, and it would make more sense if they survive on a raft when their ship gets sunk, if they are together on the same ship, if that makes sense. Oh, that's pretty cool. But yeah, timeline-wise, Galadriel sailing to Numenor makes very little sense, especially this late in the Second Age, but I guess they do a lot of time compression, which also worries me greatly. Still, overall I like this shot, like visually and so on. We have the white birds. I showed you the artwork of Ted Nasmith. It makes sense as that, in a way, though it has a different flavor there, but yeah, Halbrand's not on the ship. Maybe Halbrand was a blind passenger, but it would make no sense why he would go with elves. Also, we have, I assume, 3 or a couple of elven women, and all of them have like either something on their head that is white, a possibility, or they have silver or blonde hair. That would also be very unusual. Maybe they wear something on their head, because it's just too unusual. We don't see them, I think, from this shot here. Do we? No, we see this guy here, but not past the others. These two we see. I think but we can't see further into this direction. I mean, I could try to zoom in quite a bit. No, it's not clear enough. Yeah, then I saw the part where she is on the ship. She might be a dream sequence. Oh, that's also an interesting thing. Maybe she dreams. Some kind of flashback. Maybe this is a flashback of seeing the sun for the first time. Maybe it is her dreaming of sailing west. That would be another possibility. Like, if that's a good theory, I think. They could just... It could be like the First Age, where she dreams of returning to Amman, sailing west. We have this shot, of course, then thousands of years later in The Lord of the Rings. This is in the show. Just let me see if I find the screenshot really quick. From the film. There it is. So maybe some of the elves is an Elrond, I don't know. Oh, Lord of the Rings is here. At first I thought the birds were circling around, but now I consider if the first two birds shots are reverse order. Let me just go back a bit. Yeah, I know what you mean. Also, welcome, Nerd of the Rings. Shoutouts to you, man. Can't edit around though. But yeah, I don't know. Istrich. Maybe they also look at the birds then. Well, also a possibility. But yeah, Matt, what do you say about the theory that they look at the sun when it's first rising? And that's one version where Galadriel comes to Middle-earth by ship, but as said in the others, she does not. And it's not mentioned in Lord of the Rings, I think. But I like this theory a bit. I don't think, though, it's the two trees or so. Or they sail to Numenor. Yeah, it's indeed always fun hearing thoughts of other people on the show. Pretty awesome. But yeah, we are in the process of potentially moving on to the next section. I'm not even sure how long I'm streaming. Wow, it's not that long for my for my stream. But whatever. Now, first glimpse of Valinor would be a possibility too. But then it would be like we also discussed this a moment ago, as probably heard it, that this might be like a dream of her returning, or like a flash forward when she sails back to Aman or so later at the end of the Third Age, beginning of the Fourth Age. Yeah, the problem is, why would she sail to Aman? Like, there's only one occasion where she does, and that is, she was born on Aman, left for Middle-earth, and then, after Lord of the Rings, returns to Middle-earth. This is basically her sea traveling that we know of. Though the sun here on this shot definitely looks a bit more west-ish. But it could also her be sailing to Numenor. There are just so many theories for that. But from this I have to admit, though I like the general aesthetic, and as I just showed you the screenshot several times by now, I like it. Kind of fits, but somehow I can't really get the context of what we see here. Though there might be land here in the background, it's kind of strange. Okay, now I get it. For a moment I thought there was a light there, but it was the wing of the bird. A swift sunrise. Yeah. The dream sequence idea definitely works. Could imagine that. Could also imagine that this guy here is Celeborn, though. But I don't know. That sequence is Howard Shore's music, just imagine. Yeah, it would be pretty cool. It could be just nothing we know of and we can't guess. Yeah, that is also a possibility, of course. Shall we move on, chat? Shall we move on to the next little section? Because now we see him, and this is Durin the Fourth, one of the Dwarven kings. I think in the show there will be a Durin the Third, I heard somewhere, which is strange that two Durins live at the same time. And of course we see something written on his collar thing. I don't know what exactly it is or how it's called. There's probably a very good term for it, but I don't know that one. So I can only tell you what is written here. So how can we do this best, chat? Let me just go to this screen here because I have to prepare things for that. Let me just see. That should maybe work. Full screen with menu bar. That should work. Okay, I got it. So let's switch from Adobe Premiere to Adobe Photoshop. Yeah, we have this here. I prepared this already. And it's not much I can get out of it. So if we look at these writings here, I'm not 100% sure of what of these letters here. This here looks like, if we zoom in quite a bit, oh, it's this button here on this program. If we zoom in a bit, you see two lines. If it would be one line, this here would be an E. With two lines, this Kirsrun is a long E. So it's definitely the letter E, though. The next letter has the same. It could be a stylized E and just be one bar instead of two. I made here two, but it could also be just one. Same with the A. Because it's very unusual to have like two long vowels right next to each other, in my opinion. So I assume that is not the case here. Here we have the A. So EA, this letter here, should be the TH in the Dwarvish mode that is used on the other writings as well, I assume. So we have we have E, A, TH. Then this letter here is the L, I would assume. And here it's again harder to see. Like it could be two lines again. But maybe it's just one line. It's really hard to tell. This would be another E then, or a long E, but I assume it's just a normal E. And this is a bit hard to see the stuff here. But I assume this here is an S. So if we read it, it's either this here, or it could be simply this here, which I believe is what it says. And then, that would be quite a bit unusual, I have to admit, because this vowel combination is really strange, but I assume that it would make sense. The first thing that came into my mind when reading this was it means desolate. And this is basically because this is a Durin, and I would assume it is Durin the Deathless then. Pretty broken for an S. Well, it's basically, it looks like a bit like this. So from this angle, it could work. And this here could be, I don't know, another S. It's really hard to say. But I think it makes at least the most sense in this context. Because this doesn't really look dwarvish. Or like Kuzdul, like we have seen on the other writings. So I could imagine it's simply English and means deathless. Because this is Durin the Death. Like the father of the dwarves, one of the fathers of the dwarves, of Durin's folk, or the Longbeards, and which gets reincarnated all the time, is Durin the Deathless. So as a result, it would make sense that this is written, but it's then written in English, which some, of course, would argue that is strange. We had something similar. Let me just do the production really quick. We had something similar with another writing on a script, because you can also breathless. That is also a possibility. It could also Durin the Breathless. That would be my second guess. Rather than Kuzdul, yeah, that is strange, but it's not unheard of. We know, for example, this here has actually a Sindarin written on it. So it's written in a Sindarin and using Tengwar. But when we look at the other screenshot, which I just have to find really quick. Where was it? It was one of the posters, I remember now. Where is it? I don't see it. I'm blind. Too many screenshots. Here it is. You remember maybe this thing here? And here on this screenshot, we also have something written in Tengwar, but it's English. Like here, if you would read this little thing here, it would read King's Square View from South. It's on the, you have to turn it around 180 degrees, which is currently difficult for me to do in stream, but wait, you can just flip it, right? Form, rotate. Now we have it. Yeah, they're very secretive about Khuzdur. That is a good point, I guess. But we have also seen another screenshot. Let me just bring that up really quick. Of Disa, and we saw the stuff written in the background, which I sadly could not translate because my Khuzdur is terrible and uses Khuzdur, I don't know. Like, it's not Neo-Khuzdur that they use probably their own language there. Let me just think for a moment. Where was the other screenshot? Maybe that was Vanity Fair, right? Yes, it was Vanity Fair. There we had Disa, and here in the background, interestingly, we have Dwarven runes plus Khuzdur. Like, it is written in Khuzdur. Can I zoom in a bit? It's definitely not ideal, but yeah. Oh. This is definitely, and some of it reads like Khazad-dûmo, so of Khazad-dûm. There was Mazabul was written there, something like this, which we know the chamber of Mazabul means records and so on. Quite interesting. Somebody definitely made something there in the background. And I said, here we also read English instead of Elvish. So it might be a theme that they might use English and just write it in Tengwar or so. Definitely a possibility. I'm not 100% sure. How they will handle it throughout the show, we will find out when it airs, and I will definitely try to look at almost everything that we see written and try to make any sense out of it. But yeah, if we return, this is basically yeah, what I see written here. Durin the Deathless. It's my theory. It's the best one I have. I tried to look for other words. Like I said, there are not enough Khuzdur words. You have to make words up anyway. It doesn't really sound Khuzdur though. And as somebody pointed out, there are definitely works of the dwarves that are not written in Khuzdur in other languages as well, because they were very secretive about, as Spielkalb von Sparta pointed out, about their language. So my assumption would definitely be like that is, if I see these letters here, that was the first thing that came to mind. Time for bed for me. Thank you for the insight. Yeah, no problem, man. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Was a lot of fun. Why are you even bothering with this abomination, this spiteful Tolkien word? Because not all of it is terrible. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen the show yet. I only know the material that was released to this point, and I like the language stuff. And somebody definitely put some effort into this. Like, for example, the picture of the spear that we discussed in great length. So why should I not? Why should I not look at those? It's fun to just look at language stuff. That's what I do on this channel. And somebody writes something in Elvish or Kyr's, I look at it and try to find out what he wrote. And I like it, I have to admit. Somebody made the effort and wrote all this stuff on the spear here. So we translated it. Oh, it's just zoomed in by a bazillion times. Like, that's pretty cool, I have to admit. I know that a lot of people can complain a lot and don't like this stuff. I can totally get it. It's not like everyone needs to like the show or everything is great what they're doing. I criticize the show for quite a bit. I'm just curious what they do. And there will be good stuff in the show and there will be terrible stuff in the show. It's always like this. there are rarely shows coming out where everything is absolutely perfect. So that's also not my expectation, I guess, in this regard. And especially like this little thing here, like there is, I'm not sure if we can see, if I can bring it on screen well enough, because zooming in further is currently quite difficult for me from this perspective here. Please just zoom a bit. There is, like for example, you see this little thing here. It's this little thing here in Tengwar. These diacritics, these little lines and dots above the letters, are called techtar. And this one here, for example, is only mentioned in the Parma El Dalamberon, and it's basically a techtar for an A. So somebody who wrote this definitely knew what he was doing, or was definitely looking quite deep into stuff to know. I would say most Tolkien fans haven't looked too deep into the Parma El Dalamberon. It doesn't help that you can't simply buy the Parma El Dalamberon, because I think you can buy 3 or 4 issues are currently available for purchase. All the others you have to find through other means, and most people don't even know they exist. But yeah, it's like basically some of it is like dictionaries of Tolkien stuff, writings in Tengwar and so on. A lot of details, a bit of lore is also in it here and there, but overall it's very niche literature when it comes to Tolkien. And somebody looked into this and definitely knew about this detail. So he definitely knew what he was doing there. So it might be that a lot of people working on the show have no clue what they're doing, but there are at least some that actually seem to have some understanding of the matter, and that is at least something I find positive, I have to say. Though maybe when the show should end up absolutely terrible, I would still look at everything and try to read everything, every little Elvish text. Probably not. Like translating everything in Elvish, I'm not sure how much Elvish there will be in the show. So translating everything would be probably too much for my skill, but finding little writings on the wall and stuff like this, of this size here, pretty cool. We would definitely look into this. If I have the time to break down every language detail writing in the show, I try to do that, but I can't promise I will always be able to do this or always do this, because depending on the amount of it, I'm simply not able. Like translating stuff like this, it's not like I can just read it like I read Latin letters. I really have to look at my table, look at what is written there, then I have to go through some Elvish dictionaries and so on, and just try to memorize some of the grammar stuff I still know, and that's how I come up to what is written there. But it takes some time. It's not like I just, like in my day-to-day life, I rarely have to do with Tengwar and Sindarin and Quenya and so on, outside of making lore videos. So of course know a bit, but probably more than a lot of other people. But there are definitely people who are much better at this stuff than I am. As a result, it takes time and probably can't. But yeah. Well, we have to wait how much they trash the rest of the lore. I'm also very concerned after some of the leaks we got so far. Especially seeing, we discussed here Meteor Men for quite some time in the thing here. Like here, this Meteor thing. I don't like that, not gonna lie. But still pretty awesome. We will definitely see what they come up with. They will definitely, at least they are in this regard transparent with what they are doing. They already have shown quite significant changes in the show, and they're not hiding them. And then when the show comes out, everybody is surprised. Wait, this is completely different than in the books, and there are a lot of changes. So far, they're at least quite open about what they're doing, so everyone knows what's coming. And you don't have to like it, but you also can't deny that they make a secret out of it or anything. It's just they say, yeah, this is what we're going to do. There's definitely some surprising stuff. Like I said, so far all the language stuff I have encountered is pretty decent. Let me see if I find the another screenshot that I can show you. Where language stuff was not considered that much. Probably you know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure though if I have a screenshot of it. No, I don't have one. Probably use always trailer footage. How? I have an idea though. I made a video some time ago. Let me just see. Okay, I have the right thing here activated. Let me just think for a moment, because I don't want to screw up here my production. As said, I have like a lot of windows opened. It's it's an absolute mess. Well, I can use this one here, I guess. So I made a video about Shadow of War at some point, which in Shadow of Mordor, and there was like a very interesting little detail wrong. I can't translate it out of the blue, but it doesn't matter anyway to get the point across. Where is it though? In a worst case scenario, I don't have it here. Why don't I find it now? I think I found it. Oh, now I found it. So I think it was, you probably are somewhat aware. Only way I can do it right now is this. You know, I made this video a long time ago about the video game Shadow of War and Tolkien's Lore. And if you look at the ring, what is written on that, it is a really, so somebody, what happened here is somebody selected the Tengwar thing, the Tengwar script in Windows or their computer, the font, and then typed in English the text here. And if you just read it, it makes absolutely no sense. Like, it's complete nonsense. So you had to basically, to translate, I think my mod did it, Kirdan, shoutouts to him. He figured it out and he reverse engineered it to how it came to be to this text. That was really, really strange. So we also know that in some productions, even though I really like the game to be honest, but there's definitely more stuff went into, more thought process power went into making this here, for example, or making the other one, which I now don't have available here anymore because I just removed it. But to, for example, the poster shot with all the stuff in it, like, there's definitely a big difference in that. And that at least gives some, at least makes me a bit more positive when it comes to stuff like this. That somebody definitely put in the effort here. I have to find it again, which is, as they always, complicated, but I think I got it. Okay, yeah, and for example, the writing on this here, the writing on the wall in the background and so on. When I did that was when I first discovered the channel, really. Oh, that is pretty cool. But it's also like a long time. It was 2017 in November or so when I made this video. A long, long time ago. But yeah, it was pretty cool. It made no sense reading what is written on this thing, and you can definitely. it's definitely some people put in at least a bit of effort into these details, and I can at least appreciate that, even though some other stuff I might heavily dislike, or like that Elbereth and Aran Ainyor is written on his robes, or the writing on the spear and so on. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's nothing to do with I agree. It's like nothing to do with hating or anything. It's just, you can of course dislike it, but point is just some people put in some effort here and there. But yeah, as said, let's not go into this too deep into this direction. I would say that was what is written basically on Durin's thing, if we just return where we were. So I assume it's written Durin the Deathless on it. That would be my interpretation of this. So, I don't know. Are there questions regarding Durin? Else I might move on. Next would be Gil-galad and Elrond. Not much to say there, I guess. As said multiple times, before we go down like a discussion that ends as always nowhere, let's see how much they change to the lore and how much it makes sense inside the episodes or their story, and in context to what Tolkien wrote. There's always changes, and a lot of changes, like for example the character Aragorn in The Lord of the Rings was completely changed. Like in the book he wants to become king desperately, in the films he is hesitant. Like that is a very big change. They cut out Peter Jackson cut out Lord of Fingel, and when we go back into how people the perception of some of the hardcore book fans when it comes to the films, also not that great before. You can of course still dislike it and don't like it. That is totally okay. And so far I'm also on the side that I'm very concerned with like a lot of details that came out with a lot of the leaks. But I will at least see it for myself what they do. Like I'm of course on a different boat because I have a YouTube channel and is kind of my job in a way. So of course I cover the show. There's something big related to Tolkien, and I'm just interested in what they will do. I give it a chance, but I also fear that they might screw up a few things. I don't know why, but at least like you can't just pick every detail out of a few trailers and a few screenshots and a few texts we have gotten and conclude out of that everything makes absolutely no sense. There is a potential for that stuff absolutely makes no sense, like Meteor Man for me so far. But I have to admit, did I miss the Swan ships? Yes. There was a very long Swan ship section. You also missed Durin the Deathless. So in case you wonder what is written there. Wait, I have to production-wise. Where is this? Yeah. So I assume it's Deathless written on Durin's collar thing, just to sum it up for you. Also, welcome back, Gil-galad. Nice to see you. But yeah, I don't know what it will be in the end. There's always a balance you have to strike between your own ideas, then sometimes translating a book or written stuff. In this case, we don't even have a fully written story, just like some essays, some timelines, some notes, and adapting this into film. There always is a demand for some stuff has to be changed. That I expected. Like it's very, very difficult sometimes to adapt something very, very faithfully and don't make any changes. That's almost impossible. I don't know how to pronounce, in German it's Schwan. I'm not sure how it's, like, maybe I could consult the Cambridge Dictionary. It's probably, oh, you pronounce it with an O, right? Swan or something like this? In German it's Schwan, with an A. Yeah, swan. Cambridge Dictionary says swan. So I try to stick with that, but I rarely say the words in English, so in my mind. And it's written with an A. Though, interestingly, in Old Norse, the long A is also pronounced as O. So, there's that. You missed the swan ships. I can show them on screen again. Pretty beautiful. To be fair, we talked about this for like an hour or so. No, I'm not sure. Not an hour, but half an hour. Very long. The reason why I use the Cambridge Dictionary instead of the Oxford one is that the online version of it has like, I can click on a button and the person reads it. And with the Cambridge, I tried to do this with the Oxford, and I got some problems here and there. I don't know why. It's a very simple reason. Maybe I have to look into the website again. It's just the other website that's a good writing of this one. The other website simply was more usable if I have to do stuff very quickly in the background. So, are there any questions to the Durin stuff? Like I said, Durin, just for explanation, people wondering why is there Deathless on. So, Durin was the father and founder of the House of Durin, the Longbeards, as they are called, as this house is called, and he was born in the First Age very early on. It's really, really, really early on, you can say. You could say he was potentially born before the First Age, or he was created before the First Age. That is really interesting, but whatever. Let's not go into these details when he was born exactly, but yeah, when he died, it seems like, and it's in the Silmarillion, it's also, I think, mentioned that this is the case for the other dwarven fathers as well. They get, let's call it, reincarnated in some form. I think there are multiple versions on it. But how this exactly works, but it seems like there is sometimes a dwarf born that is very similar in looks and maybe also in behavior to Durin, that he becomes the new Durin, and he's like a reincarnation of that. And that is why the first Durin is also called Durin the Deathless. That's definitely a title of Durin. And so that is why I assume we potentially see this here written, but I don't know. Since you are German, are you a super fan of David Hasselhoff? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. Though I have to admit, back when I was a kid, there was the show called, I think it was called Knight Rider in English as well. And due to this show, like this show has everything Germans like. Technology, cars, and like an 80s action hero combined in one show. So it was really popular in Germany. And as a result, David Hasselhoff got really popular in Germany. And as a result, this is, I think, where this comes from. And it's also like there's the character Reinhardt in Overwatch, and he also has like a quote. I don't know, something like, "Oh, I listen to the classics of Hasselhoff" or something like that. It's kind of funny. Every kid watched it. Yeah, that is true. Every kid watched it. Everyone loved it. And this time was the peak of David Hasselhoff. There was like, there is like a really, let's call it like an independent fan film parody 80s thing what was it called? Kung Fury, I think. And there's like a song to this film with David Hasselhoff. And I think the video to this song, sung by David Hasselhoff, is more 80s than the 80s themselves. So that is it's just absolutely fantastic. Maybe I can wait. I can't show it on screen on stream, of course. I forgot how the song is called. So if you want, it's a parody you have to keep in mind, and it's kind of funny. So I posted in chat so you can decide for yourself how funny it is. David Hasselhoff as a Dark Lord with a car. So I don't know. It's pretty cool, in my opinion. Of course, you can think of David Hasselhoff whatever you want, but it's kind of funny, I have to admit. So, don't forget Baywatch. Yeah, that as well. There was a time unimaginable from today's standpoint. That's true, also the Germanic name. From today's, where he was very popular. But let's not talk about David Hasselhoff when we talk about law. So this was the short David Hasselhoff section. Let us move on with, you can't Hasselhoff, exactly. Let's move on with law stuff, so the important stuff, the good stuff. Wasn't there something I wanted to show on screen? Now I lost completely track of where I was. We definitely triggered the chat and go into a complete obscure direction now. Okay, chat, so we discussed this here, right? I was talking about why I at least want to give the show a chance, and even if the show is bad, we definitely look at the writing stuff. That might be interesting. Many Americans have Germanic, that's true. Really wants to change. No, I don't want to change, but I assume a lot of people watching this here potentially for the law stuff, not for David Hasselhoff. Maybe we have to do the Hasselhoff stream at some point, but I don't know. But yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, I have to admit. So let us maybe move on a little bit further. So what we definitely see is Gil-galad and I assume Elrond in this scene. It seems like he has something in his hand or so, which unusual. No, it's not his hand, it's a tree. Okay, I just ignore what I said. I just thought this would be something he was carrying. No. Here's like a closer screenshot, and here we see Celebrimbor. So this seems to be different from the other shot. Here we only see Gil-galad, High King of the Noldor Elves, one of these three elven clans, and Elrond, who becomes later his vice regent, and he is his herald, so his diplomat basically, and I don't know. They work together, potentially have a friendly relationship, and we see I call this is in English a birch tree, right? Is this a birch? I'm not sure. I don't know tree type of names in English. That has to do with me never talking about trees in English, so my vocabulary is a bit limited there. So I would, since we see Gil-galad here and we have some other scenes, for example, there is a screenshot, I think it was one of the Vanity Fair screenshots, which let me just try to find in the background really, really quick. This one here was posted in Vanity Fair. I think under the screenshot we see that Elrond and Galadriel meet in Lindon, and we also see in this screenshot the birch trees in the background. You just see, where is it? I need to move the arrow. See here? So I assume this birch tree theme is potentially a theme of Lindon in the show. Silver birch, in fact. Okay. You are knowledgeable with things. 18 music is the best. Agreed. It sounds pretty cool. Colors are quite nice there. Yeah. And we also see the birch trees here. So I assume this is Lindon. It's very likely. And we also see the king living in Lindon, Gil-galad. So for me, it makes a lot of sense that this is the case. We also know Rivendell is not founded before the creation of the Rings of Power. So at this time, Elrond is still living in Lindon as well. So it makes lore-wise completely sense. Under the premise that the stuff is not done yet. Not a melon tree. Yeah, of course it could. It could be, but just so everyone knows what I'm talking about. The tree looking like a birch. I talk about that. I mean the ones to the right. Yeah. This one. This design here, you see this, I wouldn't call it a building structure, also is very reminiscent of Peter Jackson's stuff they built. So, quite interesting. And then in the next shot, we see again a close shot of Elrond, young Elrond, 2 guards here in the background. And we also see this person here, which was recently revealed to be Celebrimbor. That is the Lord of Eregion. If we look at the map, so maybe that just fell over the neighbor's house. Something here. This is Lindon. This is Mislond, the Grey Havens, as translated, and this region here is around it is Lindon. That is one of the big elven realms. If we look at Eriador, further to the direction of Misty Mountains, we have this big river there, and beyond it we see Eregion here, and there is the capital, Ostinethil, and that's potentially where Celebrimbor lived. And it makes sense. It is relatively close to Lindon, that maybe he travels back and forth at times for diplomatic reasons or so. Definitely a possibility. Probably did not sit in Ostinethil all the time with his smith, or with his guild of jewel smiths, the Gwais Imirdain. So yeah, it makes sense that he potentially visited Lindon. Maybe Elrond visited him there. We got a screenshot recently where we see both of them discussing something. Let me just see, where was it? Just was confused for a moment. Was this Nerdist as well? No. And it was IGN? No. Empire, maybe? Maybe I didn't save the screenshot. That would be... Oh yeah, it was one of the press pictures, I remember. Wait, this one here. This, I assume, is Eregion, though, because here Elrond looks more like the guest and Celebrimbor like the host. However, I could be wrong, completely wrong, because they pretty much wear the same clothes as here. Like Celebrimbor also wears these clothes here. And now we see here in the background of this screenshot, you see the birch tree again, next to Celebrimbor in the background and so on. So I would assume this could be still the same. But I don't know. Maybe he goes to Eregion and then they travel both to Lindon or so and then meet Gil-galad there. I'm not sure. Yeah, Red Arrow, of course. there's like a weird device here in the background. Some speculate it's a telescope or something. But it's not. It seems like if you look at the thing here, it seems like not movable. The thing in the background, and there's no window. So maybe there's a window right of it, possible. But yeah, I don't know. Could be something else. But I don't have a better idea what it could be. Doesn't matter though. Has a big chin that makes up for his short hair. Yeah, probably. And they look at the meteor here, it seems, because they do this head movement here. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The hair stuff. We had the discussion in the section about the elven ships. We see also here they have short hair, and I read just a bunch of quotes that potentially hint at long hair was very common among elves, it seems. So, I don't know. I would definitely argue it is, yeah, that is maybe a bit incorrect, if that makes sense. Yeah, Gil-galad is, I agree on this. Like, Celebrimbor also looks a bit unusual, looks a bit too old considering he is maybe generational wise, he is like one generation later than Galadriel, if that makes sense, in the family tree. It's hard to say if he's actually her age or a bit younger, but in theory he could also be older. But in my opinion, I would expect Celebrimbor to be younger than Galadriel, and I don't know, it seems strange in this regard. Yeah, he looks a bit, but I guess as long as the actor is really good at what he does, I don't mind though. But it's definitely not correct to, like, if you put, he should look very similar age-wise to Galadriel. And of course, like, you could argue elves don't age anyway, but there is some aging, especially on Middle Earth. For example, we talked about Círdan earlier in the video, which I don't have the screenshot available currently. I have it, of course, but I have to look for it. We just look for it because it's one of my favorites. He had a beard, and it's described in Lord of the Rings that he was grey and looked old. It's kind of interesting at the end of the Third Age, so it's very interesting in that regard. But there is definitely a quote that elves can look old, even in the Lord of the Rings. It is possible, but then they have to be very old, and Círdan is one of the oldest elves we know of. He is definitely older than Galadriel, because he was around at the time of the Great Journey already. And Galadriel was not she was born in Aman, so after the Great Journey. But yeah, it's a bit unusual. Else, I don't have much to say about this screenshot here. Just that they look. I have to say, it seems like this place here where Gil-galad is, we see this, what do you call this? This Lord vessel here. For the Dark Souls players here in chat. Sitting on this rock or whatever. This, whatever you call those things. And it might be the same scene. Let me just see if I can find it. We also know from some of the published screenshots already. Let me just see. Where do I have the screenshot? Or the better question is, who published the screenshot? Maybe Empire Magazine? Yeah. We talked about this last time when the Empire screenshots came out. We have this scene here. And then in the background I can maybe see if I find the right screenshot. Yeah, in the other trailer, we also have this scene from another angle. And here you also see in this screenshot this thing here. And I would assume here on the other screenshot it's, I don't know, somewhere behind this dude. I don't know. Or maybe here you maybe see it. This could be it. But yeah. It's yeah, I don't know. It's probably the same. It's definitely the same location. So this seems to be a very important place to Gil-galad, where he often comes and does some ceremonies and discussions with Elrond and others. So I would assume this is pretty much the same scene here. This is the same place where this takes place. Yeah, we also discussed the skin color problematic, etc. already in other streams. I would prefer if we just not go down this route again, because there is not much to say. It seems like they go this way. It's not described that way in the books. I personally don't care. Some people argue with radiation and whatnot, but it's always very difficult in a fantasy world to argue with stuff like that. It's very difficult. Maybe they just go for colorblind casting, so they just portray normal elves and don't look different inside the world. Maybe they make it a topic. I don't know. It's really, really hard to say. Melon trees everywhere. Yeah, pretty interesting. The tree looks the same. Yeah, the tree is definitely the same here in the background. Agreed. This is 100% is the same scene, so there's no doubt about this. Like, I don't know. It's always there are a lot of details that are very difficult. Like in Tolkien's, it's also hard to imagine that men awoke the years of the sun at the last 590 years, and they made contact after 300 years with the elves, and they were fully developed already. It didn't take them 1,000 years to develop basic technology, language, and so on. It's also unrealistic in a way, but it's a mythological world. Not everything is completely explained to its detail, etc. We also have like angels and dragons and whatnot, so. And ghosts, not to forget the Oathbreakers. It's also unrealistic. Now I hear this argument a lot that Tolkien wrote the mythology for England. That was one of his ideas at one point. But there's also a very famous letter, which I potentially have now to find. It might be difficult, though I think I could find it really fast. So Tolkien, as like wrote a letter. Let me just see how the word absurd happens. Yeah, something like here. He starts. It's letter 131 from 1900. Round about 1951. It's not dated. But yeah. 1951 The Lord of the Rings was already written but not published yet. But the story was at least written. I think 49 it was already written, and 51 he did the second edition of The Hobbit. He starts in this letter, he says, "Do not laugh, but once upon a time, my quest has long since fallen, I had a mind to make a body of more or less a connected legend ranging from the large and cosmogonic to the level of romantic fairy story the larger founded on the lesser in contact with the earth, the lesser drawing splendor from the vast backglass, which I could dedicate simply to England, to my country. So he basically describes, once upon a time, I had the idea. Don't laugh at it. It's a stupid idea, he basically said. I had the idea of writing a story. This was initially his point, where he started a story writing for England, a mythology for England. But he calls it here, do not laugh, once upon a time. And then later he says, it's absurd. So, after the release of Lord of the Rings, Tolkien definitely went into the direction of abandoning this. So some people, of course, there are ties to this idea still throughout his life, but I would personally argue that the idea behind it was diminished over time in his mind and his way to go after it. So it's hard to say what Tolkien's thought process on this was at the end of his life versus at the early 20th century. There was probably a change there, especially with writing this. Yeah, for example, he also got the dwarves, the trolls, the dragons, etc. A lot he got from Norse mythology, some stories, and so on. Just popping in, saying hi. I wonder if Chris is still streaming. Sure enough, indeed. Glad for it. Looking forward to watching more later. Yeah, shoutouts. Thank you for joining in, Troy. Much appreciated. Of course I'm still streaming. Like, we're not even halfway through the trailer yet. Wow. Just streaming for 3 hours. Well. That is true, but the Silmarillion was also never completed by Tolkien, and it also includes newer ideas and texts than the original ones. It includes also some old ideas. It's a mixture of a lot of texts from different dates. But if you make the argument Tolkien wrote a mythology for England and Tolkien later writes in a letter it was a stupid idea, to be honest, then you can definitely you can make an argument in the other direction as well. But for me personally, this is a detail, it doesn't matter. You also have to keep in mind, this series is not done by Tolkien. It's just, Tolkien sold the rights for The Lord of the Rings and the appendices, and The Hobbit in the 60s somewhere, and now it's not in his possession anymore after that. So people can do with this part, I wouldn't say whatever they want, but they can do quite a lot with it. And now they negotiated with Tolkien Estate, which also includes Tolkien's family, and they seem to agree on this. So, what can I say? That's what we get, and you can criticize it, you don't have to like it, but I don't like that the argument is often pulled out of the early 20th century that Tolkien wanted to make a mythology, and everything Tolkien wrote is based on the idea of mythology. This series will be based on The Lord of the Rings, not on the Silmarillion. So, there's that. Yeah, exactly. The Hobbit was also revised multiple times. The 1937 version is the first edition, the 51 is later. Yeah, he probably did not thought about this way. I don't know when he changed his mind. It's hard to say, but as said, the second edition, when he started changing The Hobbit and forming his like a lot of details became more fleshed out in this time after The Hobbit and connected, and many essays were written in this time and so on. It's a very long process if you look at, like, Tolkien didn't wrote everything in one day. It just took his whole life. You have to always see at his whole life as a process, I think. But it doesn't matter too much anyway. I would say we just continue. Aren't there any comments on, like, is somebody in chat who really knows Elvish insignia very well and can tell us something about this here? What Elrond is wearing. Like, he of course is is connected to a lot of houses. He's connected to Finwë, through Turgon, of course, to Turgon himself and his house Idril, also connected to Thingol, through his mother Elwing, and so on. Like, there are a lot of... He has his own house, I guess. Yeah, the long hair discussion we had before as well. And yeah, I also would prefer the long hair version. It's also closer to the books, but yeah, I don't know. I want to talk about the guards in the background. Yeah, that is an actually interesting detail, right? They're also quite golden. There could be mentions of, I think, the Noldor also maybe liking somewhat golden, even though I often get more silver feeling for a lot of things, especially for Gil-galad. But maybe if we jump to the other trailer again, there is a scene at the very end. Now, here the helmets are somewhat similar, but they are missing the thing on the head. They also look like a bit, I don't know, Roman. I don't know. No, I just messed it up here. See? Maybe they're, at least from design, distantly similar. Maybe this is like a later iteration of those. Hard to say. Here goes, also, thank you for your membership, Tresk. Much appreciated. Would die all over again. Maybe not. It's really hard to say. It depends on, I guess, what Tolkien's view on this was. That's really hard to say. But, yeah. All we can do, though, is compare to the stuff to what was written. So, I don't know. I have not much to say about the helmet, though, but it's kind of interesting. Also, if these are spears that they are wearing, like they have this weird thing here on top of that. Quite interesting. Maybe also a bit similar to some of the Peter Jackson film stuff. Not the spears, but some of the decoration in the background. Maybe it's also, I don't know. They use this in other stuff as well. Here's also in this a person standing. Maybe it's one of the guards. Really hard to say. Alright, I have to go now. Have a good evening, everyone. Yeah, thank you for staying for so long. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoyed the stream. But, yeah. Shall we move on? Because we still have quite a bit of stuff to discuss here. So this is also one of the things I'm a bit skeptical about. In regards, like, if we move on this scene here a bit, we see that the hands are touching. And we already know from some of the articles that this is Bronwyn, a woman of men, and this is Arondir, an elf man, and they have like a relationship, a romantic relationship. That seems unusual that men and elf have those relationships. They happen from time to time, but they are... Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Come, maybe jump back in a moment. Let me just finish my thought here. Sparta. The relationship is very rare. We know of, for example, the princess of Dol Amros having, like, one ancestor married maybe a companion, elven companion of... what was her name? Nimrodel? Yeah, Nimrodel was her name. And she had a companion, Mithrelas, and Imrazor was, I think, the name of the man. And they had a relationship too. And their line also have like elvish blood in it as a result, and these are the princes and later of Dol Amroth. Like Dol Amroth is like part of Gondor later, and yeah, it's kind of interesting that it exists. And for these, like the princes are not half-elven; they are all mortal. Yeah, Nimrod. And they're never described as half-elven either, so because the half-elven term in Tolkien's world is very, very, her handmaiden, is very, very specific. To, for example, Elrond and his ancestors, like especially Eärendil and Elwing, Elrond, Arwen, Eladan and Elrohir. Those are more the half-elven, and the others are kind of not. That's very strange to me. But I think at some point in the lore, the concept of half-elven wasn't fully developed yet. We even find some weird artifacts, potentially, we discussed this in one of the last videos on my channel, a bit as a side note, artifacts of, in the Hobbits we might find where Elrond is called like an elf-friend, even though it's strange to call an elf-friend, right? And it might have to do with that. But in one line in the history of the Hobbit, we are in a very early script of it, it's even said, "Oh, Reflective Ramblings here, welcome. Just got home, such a lovely surprise to see this glorious group being around." Yeah, pretty. We're also on for a few hours already. But don't worry, we're just half through the trailer. No, not half. I think we are getting slowly to the end, right? Yeah, but it seems to be not fully developed, if that makes any sense. The idea of what is an half-elf or half-elven, what is their foundation and so on. And they don't have children, they are just in a romantic relationship. That is also like another just another detail when it comes to this. But yeah, it's as a result, we don't know what comes out of this. Of course, they can't have like a great dynasty of half-elven. That is not possible. Would make no sense. These relationships were rare between elves and men, and I'm a bit skeptical that they implement one into their story. But as said, it is in theory kind of possible. But for me, it feels a bit forced. Like this, the topic of half-elven is so complicated and so huge. Like if they would have children, for example, that well, I'm not surprised. That it is. I don't know why it's in the series. Don't they have enough big topics already in the Second Age? Like we have the forging of the rings, we have the complete Numenor story, we have the political stuff in Numenor and its end. We have the foundation of Gondor later and Arnor. We have the last alliance at the very end. At the beginning, we have the foundation of Eregion and some other elven kingdoms, if you want, or elven realms. And we have conflicts between men and the Numenorians, and the Numenorians starting making settlements. We have we have the relationship between Moria and Eregion, elves and dwarves. There are just so many complex and big topics in the story that I feel like, why tack this also onto this? It doesn't really seem smart to me, just from what I've always seen so far. But yeah, we have to say, bit also one of the details I'm skeptical. Like this is basically skepticalception. We have this here, and we have the meteor, which I'm also very skeptical about. I guess the most skeptical I'm about the meteor. The rest you can maybe argue or whatever, but I don't know. That really is strange. Any children of mortal blood automatically mortal unless it's different. I even think there are also some versions wasn't the son of Elros also considered half-elven? I'm not sure. It's complicated. It depends, like, it was like this regeneration rule or something like that. Yeah, Erendiel's line is very special. Like, this is a special doom for this line in particular. But I don't know. This makes me still very skeptical. Here we have the screenshot. We already talked about this, and we had a whole stream just about the screenshot at the begin in the past. And at the beginning, we also talked about this. This is the tower. Like, if we just jump back here at this, I assume it's this tower here that we see. Oh, there was some cool stuff there. And here we know it's Arondir on the tower. We knew this already. This here, as said, is potentially, I assume this is a gap of later Rohan. At this time, it's called Gap of Kalinardon, I assume, because Rohan is only founded late in the Third Age, and before it was called Kalinardon. At least when Gondor was there. I'm not sure if there was a different name for it before. Could be that it has not named yet. And interestingly, if you zoom in, it's hard to see. I'm not sure if it's even possible here on this screen. But if we would zoom in quite a bit, you can see a house with smoke here. I think not only one, there's some other place like here. And I think somewhere here as well. The screenshot resolution-wise is a bit lower than the other thing. Actually, we didn't got too many orcs for my liking. And they were allowed to choose because they had all. Yeah, it's possible that they were by default mortals of Elros. I'm not 100% sure. It might even be that there are different versions or different notes by Tolkien on this particular subject. As I said, it's kind of a bit complicated. There's like his huge timeline mass stuff in Nature of Middle-earth. There might be some mention somewhere there. Yeah, is there anything else we can see about this scene? Probably not. This one is also very interesting. I'm not sure, chat. I'm very curious what they do. I kind of like this shot though, where they focus on Arondir and then on Bronwyn after that. I think there was something similar in Peter Jackson films. Like just the style of it, from the cinematography perspective. But I might interpret too much into this. Well, it happens a few times that mortals and immortals are together in Tolkien's world. We have, for example, also Andrés, the wise woman of men, and the brother of Galadriel. Careful that I don't press any buttons here. Nadia, I would say we move on, right? Not necessarily. Okay, so here we have like a person. It's not confirmed who she is exactly, but it is assumed she is Tamiriel. That is the assumption, or Miriel. I'm not sure if she's queen yet, and Miriel is later the queen of Numenor. If we go a bit into the scene, we see the sun symbol here on the shield of this guard. And interestingly, if we go to the other trailer at the beginning, what do we see here? This symbol here. And so it seems like Numenor is largely or very vastly put in context with this symbol here. Maybe it's not the sun and it's a star, but let's pretend for the time being it's a sun. We also discussed this picture in quite a bit of detail. It's, in my opinion, Omena. This is then the Manal Tamar in the background. And I don't know. I assume we are Numenor. This is the queen, or potentially future queen, depending on what time this year might play, of Numenor. It's a bit strange though, because seeing she's immortal, though she also might live very long, and she also looks up for whatever reason, which is strange. What is really weird though, in my opinion, is knowing that she's there limits the timeline quite a bit. Limits the timeline quite a bit. That it's like she lived very, very late in the Second Age. This is not an early Second Age character. So we're talking about 1,600 years or something. Just roundabout. After maybe a bit less, maybe 1,500, 400, but you get the point. After the Rings of Power after the One Ring was created. So this is like a huge difference, and we already know, and that worries me also quite a bit, that they compress the timeline so much. Like, that seems pretty huge. Yeah, then somebody also wrote here, Tar Ilenion wrote, and last of all the morning wave, green and cold and plumped with foam glimmering over the land, took to its bosom Tamiriel, the queen, fairer than silver or ivory of the pearls. Is she a black Numenorian? Because, as said, I assume they go for colorblind casting. That means they just cast whoever fits best, in their opinion, to the role, but they don't ignore their skin color. That is, I assume, a detail we have to ignore here. That she might not have had look like this. Though we have to admit, though, Tolkien, like, one of the inspiration of Tolkien's for Numenor was, or at least for Gondor and also Numenor, was definitely later ancient Egypt. So it's not like you can make an argument if you want to portray it, if that makes sense. Yeah, I assume as well that she also here they're welcome. I also assume she looks at the at this thing here, because it's also cut in this way. All characters look up at some way, and we see this meteor here coming, which I'm still very confused. Here also got this teaser what we discuss next. But yeah, Black Numenorians does not mean literally. Black Numenorians are the Kingsmen, those who the Black Numenorians, the term also, I think, only comes up after Numenor itself, so not at its time. There they were still called Kingsmen, faithful to the king and, or the queen. And yeah, this might be, it is complicated. We have the whole Ar-Pharazôn story. We only know that the Numenorians had most likely what is it called? No, like the males had no beards in Numenor. So if we look at the is he shaved? Maybe he has a beard. That would be not accurate then. Like it has to do with the elven line, at least in the House of King. That is not a problem for women, I guess, but for men at least. Also, it's impossible that the Numenorians were blonde, all because the Numenorians came from very different houses. Like the Edain had 3 houses: the House of Beor, the House of Marach, and the leftovers, if you want, of the house of Hales or the Haladin, and they can look all kinds of ways. It's just very, I wouldn't say very big tribes, but just some tribes from the east of Middle-earth. They can look all kinds of ways. It is very likely that some of them, for example, Elros' line can't be blonde because Elros also had dark hair as his brother Elrond, I assume. I don't think Elros was blonde. And all the kings, as a result, his children most likely wouldn't be blonde either, I assume. Could be wrong though. Maybe there's a mention. I'm not sure. At least I never imagined them blonde or anything. Doesn't matter, as said, too much. Yeah, it's true, because Beor was diminished and the house of Hales ended, basically, but there were leftovers. There's also, let's call it, a fourth group of the Edain, which are the Druedain. We have very little description of how they looked exactly, but some we have. And Ted Nasmith made an illustration of them. But the Druedain were also called towards the group of the Edain, just to give you an idea how, let's call it, what different people were part of the Edain group that later. And in one version in the Unfinished Tales, the Druedain also went to Numenor. So they lived there, but they left Numenor at some point. And then we know them that they, from the Lord of the Rings books. They are certainly cut out of the films, but in the books they are mentioned. All it takes is one marriage, exactly. Maybe I could write Aldarion could be blonde. I'm not sure. Like, I have to admit, when I read the books, I rarely look into, or I rarely memorize the, like, details like hair color and so on. I know some people do, and it's totally fine, but my knowledge of hair colors and so on is a bit wonky, let's put it that way. As a result, not a focus of my research for videos. So yeah, these also lived on Numenor for some time. So there could have been all kinds of people, though they are small and they have like black eyes, and when they're angry they glow red, and they can like they have some magical powers. It's kind of fascinating. I'm not sure if that is described in any shape or form. Like usually only the king is mentioned. Rarely we know the mother name, the name of the mother, or so on. It is possible. Why he was light-haired or whatever, I can't tell you, because the reason is simply that Elrond and Elros, like Elros is a twin brother of Elrond, so it's very likely to assume he was also dark-haired like Elrond. And at least having people with dark hair in the lines of kings of Numenor is not completely unlikely. But yeah, she is, I assume, Tarmiriel. There is another picture, one of the posters. I assume that's her. We always assumed it was her in the past, but now I wouldn't say we have the confirmation of this, but just see, where are the screenshot posters? This one here. Remember that one? Yeah. That we always assumed this is Miriel, and I assume it is. We will find out soon. Not sure if I didn't check the press side of Amazon if there were like name reveals or something was updated there. Probably have to check. But it's still quite interesting to see. So if not much to say. Only detail I also noticed, here in the background we see there's a fire or something going on. Like maybe it's an as like I don't know, to warm or to like it's as a smithy or something like this. I don't know. Kind of interesting. And we have these the flowers. I don't know why we have these flowers raining on her. Maybe there's a tree. Maybe she has like, I don't know, people throwing flowers at her all the time when she walks. I don't know. We will find out. Also, we have some fruits there in the background, but I don't know. There is some mention of Numenor and plants or Numenor in some, there are some texts, but I can't tell you too much about that, to be honest. Fire to warm, create, and cook. Exactly. And then now we have a very interesting the white tree. Yeah, maybe she's going past the white tree, but I don't know. I would imagine the white tree is not just anywhere. It's just very, wouldn't say isolated, but I don't know. It feels like here. It feels more like she's on the streets of Numenor somewhere, not in the palace or so. But yeah, good idea. And yeah, I would say now we have like a confirmation. We made like a stream in the past and some speculated about this already. But not this. This is, I assume, Greatwood the Great, Greenwood the Great, later called Mirkwood. Not in a pot. And yeah, we see the meteor. Now comes the shot of shots. We see these tree beings here. It seems like they move. And not only trees, they move. So we know there are ants in the show. This for me is quite surprising, I have to admit. Maybe it's just like a little nod to the meteor is flying by and we have, everybody noticed the meteor, also the ants, and they never appear again, but it seems they are mentioned. And of course, in the Second Age, we know there are already ants in Middle-earth. We of course know the ants from Fangorn, which is here. But we also know that what our friend Treebeard says, that the ant women somewhere went here at some point, and the men learned basically planting crops from them and so on. That is Eldarion, I think. Yeah, Eldarion is his name. Not Aldarion. Aldarion is, yeah, you know who it is. One of the kings of Numenor. But yeah, we know they went here at this point, and then terrible things later happen at the end of the Second Age. And we have a mention there, the kitchen of some sort. It could also be a kitchen, true. But let me just finish my thought. I assume that we know, not from the Lord of the Rings though, from one of the letters of Tolkien. There he mentions, he got asked what happened to the elf woman. Who's Aldarion again? Aldarion is there's in the Unfinished Tales a story about Aldarion and Erendes. And he is one of the he's one of the kings of Numenor, and his wife Erendes, and they have a bit of problems later because he's sailing so much and not never at home. And yeah, they have a daughter, Tar Ankalime, and I think her name is, and so on. But yeah, he did a lot of sea things. But yeah, let's return to the Ents in the Second Age. So these are the later known as the Brownlands, and they become the Brownlands because Sauron burns them when the army of the Last Alliance at the very end of the Second Age approaches. And Tolkien wrote in a letter that maybe Sauron took some of them basically prisoner and used them in Mordor to grow crops and basically food for his armies. So that would be a possibility. And this is how some of the Endwives might have survived, but still are lost. Hard to say. Not sure if they go for this. If they would do, maybe they play a little role in the Second Age. There's at least, as said, a mention of them in the Second Age as a result. And yeah, it's pretty cool to me, though, to see some end action. It would make sense, even though they don't play a really big role in the Second Age. Only this is part of the story, how the Endwives got lost. But this must have happened in the Second Age. Beyond that, I can't tell you much about what we might see. However, it might be that the Ents were very isolated in the Second Age. And maybe their story is a bit tied again to the Hobbit story, though I think Treebeard does not recognize the Hobbits as Hobbits, and don't really know, but maybe, I don't know, it's really hard to say if they had contact. Maybe Treebeard hadn't contact, and these are different Ents in a different area. Who knows? It's difficult to tell, but we just know they exist. Yeah, no, the land was called Brownlands after the land got burned, and there they basically got lost, and then it became known as the Brownlands. But it seems Tolkien suggests in one of his letters that maybe Sauron took some of the Endwives to feed his armies. It could also be, of course, Huorns, but this possibility also exists. It was kind of funny. Let me see. Maybe I can try finding the letter. People interested. But I might not find it. It appears too often. I could swear it was in a letter. Somebody know the letter number out of his head where Tolkien mentions this? Don't know the letter number out of my head, sadly. Could be letter 144. Let's look into this. Bro, I cry every time I think of the Endwives. I think I found it. I think the Endwife disappeared for good, being destroyed with their gardens in the War of the Last Alliance when Sauron pursued a scorched earth policy and burned their land against the advance of the allies down the Anduin. They survived only in the agriculture transmitted to men and hobbits. Here's an interesting mention, though, to hobbits. They also taught agriculture. That is interesting because they disappeared in the last alliance of the Second Age. Maybe this is what they are referencing here as a with a little Hobbit story. Quite interesting. I forgot that it's actually mentioned here. Interesting. Some, of course, may have fled east or even have become enslaved. Tyrants, even in such tales, must have an iconic and agricultural background to their soldiers and metalworkers. If any survived so, they would indeed be far estranged from the Ents, and any reapproachment would be difficult unless experience of industrialized and militarized agriculture had made them a little more anarchic. I hope so. I don't know. That's what this is what Tolkien writes about the Endwives. From letter 144, if I'm not completely mistaken. Forgotten the number again. Should be around about that, though. I knew there was the word tyrant in the quote, but it appeared more often than I expected. Yeah, very interesting idea. So, yeah, as said a moment ago, I definitely could imagine that because we also see this very dense wood, and we also see the hobbits often in this wood area. If we skip to her, we also see like this here be very wooden, like the next scene. It could be that this is kind of connected, and the hobbits had kind of contact with at least some of the Ents. It's really hard to say, though. Didn't Merry and Pippin talk about the trees in the old forest as well? Yeah, there's some legend to this, and the hobbits also mentioned that they saw like walking trees at some point. There's a discussion between several hobbits, I think, at the beginning of The Lord of the Rings. You should go to bed. I can't just end the stream. I'm doing my job, Gil. I can't just end the stream. But very nice to be worried. There's a map where Tolkien wrote, "Here may be Endwives" or something next to Dorwinion. Okay, that's pretty cool. Where Dorwinion is exactly is also quite mystical. Is it possible that I didn't switch the scenes? But yeah, this scene is cut directly after that, and we also see like it's also a tree region here. Maybe they are connected, though the trees look a bit not different really, but I don't know. Hard to tell. Could be connected. Yeah, I don't know. Some speculate isn't Dorwinion speculated to be somewhere here? Well, if we go further north, close to the Sea of Rhun. Somebody asked where Rhun is or so in chat hours ago. So here is Rhun. Means south. East, I mean. Harad means south. That is further south. This is east. It's late. But, yeah. Cardinal directions getting more difficult. But it's kind of interesting to see them there. There was like a little teaser trailer for Amazon Prime video shows. And there we saw like an end, and it was very detailed, and some speculate, okay, if we see ends in there, it might be taken out of the series and potentially be used as such. Yeah, that's where Dorwinion is. I think it's not 100% clear, right? But roundabout. However, there appeared ends, and some speculated, I think Matt also speculated, Lord of the Rings, in his breakdown video, that there might be ends in the show as a result, because they looked far too good for just a little trailer video, and the boy was also reading Lord of the Rings and so on. So some speculated this to be like a little hint at this. And here we also see them now in the second teaser, which I find pretty cool. So I guess ends confirmed. And yeah, then we see Nori Brandyfoot, the name. I always wanted to say Brandywine, but I think the name is Brandyfoot. And we know her from the first trailer. Here, that's her. And she sees the meteor and goes into, or it goes down near her direction. And she also, like, at least tries to cover her eyes. Like, you see her hand. It's very hard to do here. She pulling up her arm. So I assume she tries to cover her eyes in this scene. Then it's cut. So I think isn't this the last scene of the trailer? Pretty much, right? So we almost made it through. I'm surprised. Now I saved the. I only had the German on Amazon Prime, the German trailer available. I could listen to it with English audio, but the text would be still in German, so it's Die Ringe der Macht in German instead of the Rings of Power. That means the same. And then, oh no, there's another screenshot after that. Oh, you don't see it. I'm an idiot. I forgot to switch scenes. So I have to undo everything. Nobody said anything in chat. But yeah, you basically see, and you see the thing explode. She covers her eyes. Then in this other trailer, she goes there and checks, and then this man grabs her arm later. It comes out of this thing here. Didn't we see also a meteor here somewhere? Here we see it. But it's interestingly, this here, I think these trees are very similar to the other trees we just saw. Like this scene, I think it's the same, just from a different angle. Now we have the others there. It seems like the first teaser really was not finished yet. Now they added the ends into it. It's kind of interesting. Because this tree here and this here looks and this scene looks very similar to the to this here. See that? Pretty interesting, isn't it? But yeah, then she, as said, covers her eyes. We see her hand going up, and then we have Die Ringe der Macht, Rings of Power. Die Reise begins. The journey begins, and then we have this boat here, and I found this boat looked very similar to like this boat. However, this boat is different from the elven boat, though. But if you look at the boats here, there is some similarity between this. So I would assume, like this ship design seems similar. So I assume this is Numenor, but it's hard to tell which place in Numenor it is. The first from the first trailer, we know. I assume very strongly there's Numenor, the island that is in the ocean between Middle Earth and Aman. So here in the middle, there's the island Numenor. It's quite a bit out, and it means basically westernest, so very far in the same direction. If we now go back to the trailer, we definitely see. First of all, let me just try to make a comparison here, because that is a strange detail I also noticed. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know what? You see these statues, these heads here in the wall here at the side. They distantly are very reminiscent of the Argonauts from what we know from the Lord of the Rings. Maybe I think I have a screenshot where we only see the head. But yeah, it's kind of interesting, in my opinion, that of course they are not those, but maybe it's in design, like a reference or so. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong though. At least the distantly. It's not the same, just somewhat. I felt it was somewhat reminiscent. %50% corner, 50% drone shot. But yeah, it's definitely. Here's a statue in the background that looks a bit, I don't know. First thought would be Zeus, but that is not from Lord of the Rings. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a depiction of Manwë, maybe of some Numenorean king, maybe of Elros. I don't know. Really hard to say. If anybody in chat has a good theory or idea of that, feel free to share that. But something like this. And yeah, it also says 14th of July, the next teaser comes out. Maybe it's a final trailer, or the big trailer, or I don't know, or just another teaser like this. Very curious what we find out then, and of course I will stream the other trailer as well. Yeah, Manwë is very reminiscent of Zeus, that is true. So they could go for very similar design. I would though argue this is, in my opinion, Numenor. Can't tell you what it is. Here's also another of these statues here, which now again, looking at this, looks a bit different. But that was my that were my thoughts on this particular scene here. We have this here. First I thought maybe it is in Tirion, but the ships are not fitting. Like in Tirion would see those swan ships. If we go back to this, Tirion was the place on Aman, on the west continent. And we had the first screenshot that was ever posted. Like if we go here, let me just see if I can zoom in a bit. I have to zoom in quite a bit to see it, but on this trailer we also have this here. I would say that the ship looks too different for that. Or maybe should move the arrow closer to that. They got nasal helms of faces. Yeah, that's true. I think this one here to the left less than the other one. Like this one here. Particularly this head was quite reminiscent of that. But I don't know. I would say it's Numenor. And this ship looks too different in comparison. It looked more like one of the swan ships and not like one of these Numenorian ships. Or we just jump to the other trailer again. See, here we have a close-up of it. It has these interesting mesh design here. These, what is... Not sure what the English word for it is, to be honest. Yeah, it say the same, I guess. Okay. So, quite interesting. I'm not sure what's going on. I hope we get maybe better looks at all these details here. Will be cool. Yeah, I think it's Numenor. It will be part of the same sequence. The ship will be sailing up the passage to Armenilos. I think it's in this year it's definitely most likely, in my opinion, Romena. So maybe we don't see this statue here from the side, but maybe it's, you know, around this corner here. And it's in this valley here or something. I don't know. It could be related. The sequence could be related though. I think it's in the event picture. We just try to get like a different shot. And we don't see the bridges here. I don't know. But you are right. It could be related. What am I looking for? The mast. I think it's also mast, right? Like of a ship. Yeah. No, it's also... It's mast. Okay, it's the same. Yeah, I agree. I think this is Numenor. Pretty sure on this, like 99%. This here, of course, is also Numenor. We see the sun symbol here and so on. And it would make sense that this is the mountain in the middle of Numenor, Meneltarma. Here in the middle. And this here is Romena, and it's a harbor city, and there is an island here in the bay called Tolton. If we switch back to the trailer, we see like a little island here to the side with a lighthouse on it. And we know that on Tolton there is a lighthouse on it. Okay, you meant Romena, no problem. The lighthouse is called... I don't know. What was the lighthouse called? Something with Kal. I can't memorize. It's just too rare that you read it. Kalmindon is the name of the lighthouse. So that would be like somebody. I find it always fascinating that these little details are on it. So, like, even if the show turns out bad, we definitely will have some awesome screenshots of that I might use in future lore videos about the books. Even though people might not like the show, but I would say the design and the background so far look pretty cool. Like, if I ever talk about Romena, I can definitely use these shots now. That is, in my opinion, pretty nice. Have something to show and can say, oh, cool, look at this. This is Tol Uinen and this is Kalmindon on it. At least it fits perfectly for that. And we have a picture where we see Meneltarma in the background. I like that. Not gonna lie. So are there further questions, hints, notes, suggestions? I could put it in. Yeah, I got a lot of tabs opened. I got a lot of tabs opened, like in the browser and also in the background. Just really, really a bunch of them. So that was the last one, and yeah, as said, there was a Spider-Man thing that was part of the video. Yeah, the 14th of July, new teaser. Not trailer, it's a new teaser. So, very interesting. Well, I currently can't count how many, but I know some people hate it. But there are just some tabs I need every day, so why we open them, especially if it's... I don't feel pain when I see this, so I don't mind. I like that it doesn't follow the bad fashion of color filtering, so it would look dark. Yeah, we will see. Potato giving all it has. Yeah, I know what you mean. Definitely. We will find out. So far, I have to say, like, this shot here and this place here, it might even look better in the final version, I'm not sure. Really, it's pretty cool to see. Yeah, who will play Sauron? That is also a lot of speculation is going on about that. Definitely. So I would say that was so far the analysis of the trailer. Now we can just discuss some further questions if people have still interest and want to listen to me rambling. I'm not sure. But that was quite a bit of detail. So what are your thoughts? Did this teaser trailer look at least better than the first one? I would say... Oh no. Bots are invading again. We had so long peace here, but now they are back. Yes, not really. But it's hard to say. Like, there was some cool stuff in it, there was some bad stuff in it. Pretty hard to say. I found some of the details though quite interesting, like the color, the tower, the landscape look good. Very curious what's going on with this book here. The ship stuff got also very, very strange. At the same time, very interesting, but also very weird. Jude Law. Hard to compare. Yeah, they're really hard to compare. Some more Elrond action, some details. What worries me most is that the meteor is so present in this trailer again. Like, I want to see more of the cool stuff, not of this weird fanfiction stuff. I really hope they have like an absolute amazing and really cool payoff for including this meteor stuff. No, that might be true. Do you have a favorite Lord of the Rings game? It's really hard to say. War in the North is pretty good. I like that. I also like Shadow of Mordor. I like it even more than Shadow of War, I have to admit. but I like those as well. But they're relatively rare, Lord of the Rings games. Yeah, Meteor Man. I'm not sure what they were thinking when they wrote that into the story. The hope dies last, yeah. We will find out what's going on. Can't believe you are still streaming. Well, we just completed the trailer after almost... after 4 hours we completed the trailer. So, that was pretty good in my opinion. Gil-galad is a solid 10. I do feel like Meteor Man is getting a bit too much focus. Yeah, I don't know. It's just such a controversial topic, so people will also focus on it, and the trailer clearly focuses on it quite a bit. So yeah, I don't know. We have to see how much of it is in the trailer, because I assume the Hobbit story will be relatively isolated, because the elves can't know that the hobbits exist, so it can't be a main story. It must be some kind of weird it's a side story. The elves can't know that they exist yet. As a result, I would assume it's maybe their own contained story, but I don't understand what this meteor has to do with it. Like, that seems so strange to me, I have to admit. And especially that it seems like Nori finds Meteor Man, and I don't know, then they become friends and get on an adventure or something. I don't know. Yeah, well, we also answer a lot of questions and try to give you all the details of the lore as good as I can. That is, of course, always not that easy. Like, might be people who are more knowledgeable, people who don't know the lore too well. So, at least it's easy to talk about we went through we really went through this trailer pretty much frame by frame. So it took a moment. Are we back on the medium? Not really, I guess. It just noted that it's so present in the trailer and everybody seems to look at it. So I find it really, really weird that it's in it. Yeah, it's strange. Especially considering that the Hobbit side story has to be isolated, but the story kind of implies, like this scene here in particular, basically confirms that even the elves see this meteor coming. Maybe I'm wrong, but why would they make this movement with their head? Like, it seems like they're following something that flies at the sky, so like a meteor. Maybe it's just a normal meteor. I would love if that would be the case, but from the other trailer, we basically here know that there's a man coming out of it. This guy here. And there's the term Meteor Man coming around. It's really strange. The creator said something like that it would be a somewhat self-contained story, if that makes sense. So I don't know. Maybe they were watching Apollo 13. It's just so strange. They were trolling us all. That's also a possibility. But I don't know. We will find out when we either get more information on this, or when the episodes have aired. You do a good job with the lore, but I will provide you Sun Moon extent with the 2 trees from Lord of the Rings Hobbit in your comment section. Okay, that's nice, thank you. It would be funny if this was the explanation for the Hobbit. Yeah, it would be really funny if the Hobbits just came from outer space and landed on the world on a meteor. I mean, you could do something like that, but I don't know. I don't think so. That is what will happen there. Of course, there is something that is interesting in that regard. Meaty hobbits, exactly. The term hobbit might not have been established in the Second Age yet, because the hobbits have to make contact with the Norsemen that speak, or that which, and the language is represented by Old English, because as we know from Appendix F, the term hobbit is derived from the Old English Holbytlan, which means hole dweller, or was it hole builder, something like this. Let me just power up my book here really fast. Hole builder, says Tolkien in Appendix F. Which makes more sense, because the word build might be related to this, but whatever. Yeah, that's also a theory that maybe the wizards come by meteor, not by ship anymore. I don't know. By which wizard would come in the Second Age? Only the blue wizards were there, and Glorfindel, but I don't see them coming. Like, this is not Glorfindel, the meteor man is not blonde. Though, it seems like they don't care too much about certain color details from the books anyway, so I don't know. But it doesn't look like an elf, let's put it that way. Or it's like Glorfindel, and it would be strange if Glorfindel comes by meteor. So are there further questions, chat? Because it's late, I'm very hungry. I'm also quite... I really need a break. And we went on for over 4 hours, so it's definitely not the longest stream, but we went through quite a bit of stuff. The general public knows Lord of the Rings, Hobbits. I'd be truly surprised if they don't feature heavily in the series. Yeah, I guess it can make sense because they're so prominent in Lord of the Rings, and maybe they want for the more casual audience to have like a tie to connect to, because so many other things are missing, like Gondor and Arnor and so on. Or I guess mostly Gondor and so on. I don't know. Apparently, what age is the show taking place? It takes place in the Second Age. So Lord of the Rings plays in the Third Age, at the end of it, and this plays somewhere in the Second Age, and it seems they compressed time by a very, very big factor. No, we can't work hard. Yeah, that's also the name what they call themselves, exactly. And as I said, they probably did not adapt Old English yet. Though Hobbit is maybe also only a translation, but it's hard to say. Please don't let Kiki. It was a great stream, thank you. Mach schnell. Eating breaks are overestimated, that's true. Yeah, and it's not what I meant, that it's not, or I'm not sure if you're referring to me, that it's not Lord of the Rings without hobbits, but definitely, as said, for more casual audience, potentially, it could be something that people want to see again, and such a classic, like, the film starting in the Shire, and Frodo goes to Bilbo and he tells him a story or so. So definitely you could bring something. I did, like, when I first heard about the show, I did not expect to see hobbits at all, and now we're actually talking about this topic and seeing hobbits in a very early form. Very strange. Yeah, well, it's their decision, and as said, in the prologue it's mentioned that the hobbits existed since the First Age, so they are definitely, I assume, the years of the sun of the First Age, so they are definitely there in the Second Age. There's just so simply no recording of them existing. Yeah, I also wonder what will be going on with Sauron. Yeah, I agree. I'm also not too fond of the idea, but maybe at the end, what is going on with the bots? Now we also get invaded by the bots, so that is unfortunate. Mr. Bot, can you stop spamming my chat? I would appreciate this quite a lot. But yeah, there are some decisions we learned about that I'm not too fond of. Got caught on the bot there. They're all called half-foots. Yeah, they're like in the what is my current screen here? In the books. Let me just see. Like when we have the first mention of the hobbits, like I can read Appendix B from the Lord of the Rings. Gondor reaches the height of its power. About this time, a shadow falls on Greenwood, and men begin to call it Mirkwood. The Periannas, that means translated halflings, and is the Elvish word for the hobbits, are first mentioned in records with the coming of the Half-Foots to Eriador. So, in this time, the Half-Foots that were not in Eriador, is also where the Shire, for example, is in Eriador. Let me just pull up the map really quick. So this is Eriador, and the Shire is... I really have trouble seeing this right now. Need to make the map a bit bigger. Moment. So the Shire is somewhere here, where the arrow is, and yeah, they come to the Shire is. Oh boy, the bots are just so annoying. Now the bots become really problem because, as I said, during the production, I have sometimes trouble seeing the chat. Of course, we have a red arrow. Definitely. So the Shire is here, and it's founded much later. The Shire, like during the war in the Third Age, the Angmar War in the Third Age, not in the Second Age. So we won't see the Shire, else it would be like a huge difference, a very huge difference to the timeline. It's not even a few years off, it's like the wrong age, but whatever. And yeah, the Harfoots come there and to this place, and so as a result, many people assume they were living here in this region east of the Misty Mountains somewhere. It's hard to tell if they maybe lived here in this gigantic forest, Greenwood the Great, or if they lived maybe in Fangorn, or maybe they lived south, or maybe Tolkien had like this note, maybe here, even further east in Dorwinion or something like this. It's really hard to say. No, the Angmar Wars are during the Third Age. If you're interested in those, on my channel I have like a couple of videos that I published recently that cover them in a bit of detail, I would say. But they are Third Age. Roundabout, they end 1970 something, and they begin... Well, I have to look into the appendix, I forgot, but 1000... I don't know, 600? No, must be more. 1200. They go 560 years. They go. So 1500 something. I'm not completely mistaken. $1,409. Got it. Maybe even earlier. 1300? Yeah, the chief of these comes north to Angmar. Round about 1300 they start and they end, let me see, 1000... I got the dates wrong because I have a very terrible memory when it comes to dates. I don't see it though. Yeah. 1975 they end. Then Angmar is destroyed and the Witch King flees west. Hope that helps. Wait, I can... Like the beginning of the Angmar Wars I cover... Wait, I can also post it in chat because we can just make some things. Yeah, I got that. I have trouble. At least 1900 something was right. What's your opinion on the conflict that this show might be covering? I don't know. There's so many conflicts in the Second Age. We have the conflict between Numenorians and the people, some people of the Middle Earth, some tribes. We have conflict on Numenor itself. We have the Rings of Power conflict. It's really difficult. Like I guess they want to cover them all and just compress the time massively. But I have no idea what they do in the first season and what they plan to do in the next seasons. It makes no sense. Is there a Tolkien encyclopedia? I would recommend Tolkien Gateway for lore stuff. And if you also want to have like media stuff, film stuff, and so on, then maybe the Fandom Wiki is also not bad. It had a very bad reputation, but it's gotten somewhat better, I guess. Still, even to hardcore fans, Tolkien Gateway is sometimes imprecise, so there's that. But yeah, shoutouts to Tolkien Gateway. Pretty good Wikipedia thing for looking stuff up. If you want to see it in book form, I don't know. I mean, all his books, something conflicting information. Yeah, that's a lot of conflicting information. The problem is Tolkien often wrote a lot of information we have were from Tolkien, are notes from Tolkien that were work in progress, basically. So as a result, we don't have the possibility of doing like forming a consistent chronology out of this, because some versions are simply contradicting each other because they are work in progress. Tolkien changed his mind, wrote a new version, and so on. Yeah, Tolkien Gateway is a big help when in doubt. Exactly. Pretty good wiki site. Can recommend it, at least when the information. They also put in a lot of effort into often posting sources for their claims. It's not always the case, but I really like sometimes to look there and find where something, in which book I have to look, or which page, or which chapter. It helps quite a bit finding information. There's a lot of possibilities what they can do with the Second Age, though. But the Angmar War, sadly, even though I really like this era, I definitely think, it's not in the show. I would have liked a Third Age show even more, in my opinion, because there's just so much stuff you could cover in detail with a series like this. Yeah, that is true. Tolkien was, at least let's say Christopher Tolkien was very transparent because he published all the writing stuff of his father. So yeah, I don't know. There's some theories. I also made a video at some point about the origin of the hobbits and what could be possible for them. Quite some time ago, but there's no conclusive answer to this. Sadly, we only they could be somehow related to the Edain. It could be a different tribe that not belongs to the Edain. They are related to men, though, as somebody also mentioned. They're not exactly counted. Usually they are counted towards men, but also sometimes not. It's a bit difficult in that regard. So, are there further questions or suggestions? If not, I would maybe call it again a day and hint at a few things, and then somebody. But we talked for really a long time now. I would like to end the stream before the 5-hour mark, so that would be pretty awesome. Also hear my tummy rumbling. Really need to eat something. I'm really hungry. So to not delay this any further, since chat has been quite calm today, not today, but it's late in the hour, we might call it a day, I would say. Yeah, there's also this quote of him not forgetting them again. Like, they could interpret it as he remembered them or so. I'm not sure if they go this route, but I think it would make very little sense if Sauron knew about them. Almost 5 hours stream, yeah, that's long enough. Thanks for the stream. Did any of the wise in Middle-earth know that the thing called Durin's Bane was an actual Balrog? It's a really good question. Can't answer that by now. Like, when they saw it, they knew. But I guess there were not enough to tell the story. I would assume Gandalf could have. I'm not sure if he had an idea, to be honest. Because in the books he wanted to go through Moria. In the films it's different. So I guess if not even Gandalf knew it, then nobody knew it, I would assume. Though my opinion, that would be strange. But yeah, so I hope I could answer a lot of questions. We had a lot of fun discussing the trailer with you today. It was really an awesome stream. A lot of people were watching too today. I had like for quite some time quite a lot of viewers. Really surprising, but it's always like this when you when like finally some news is out and people are interested what's going on and want to know everything. Anyways, let's stop now. It dropped one thing right there. I guess they did, but maybe they didn't see it and just fled and everyone was killed who exactly saw what was going on. I'm not sure. It's like, I have to keep in mind when it comes to the dwarves that because I recently mentioned that in my last video that I published on this channel about the fall of Moria. And that often is an interesting detail that often gets lost a bit. But the Balrog attacks. Let me see. A Balrog appears in Moria and slays Durin the Sixth, and then his son. And that was in Third Age 1980, and then 1981. So 1 year later, or maybe a few months later, depending on when in the year it happened exactly. Noin the First slain. The dwarves flee from Moria. So it took a year for them to flee from Moria. It was not like he appeared, killed the king, and all fled instantly. There was like battle going on for a year. So maybe he killed a lot of dwarves there and knew what was going on. Maybe the dwarves didn't know exactly what was going on either. It's really hard to tell. It seems to me, I agree though, it seems very strange that the dwarves did not tell anybody and nobody said, oh, that must be a Balrog. Considering that there were people in Middle-earth that have seen Balrogs. So, yeah. Great stream. Just got here 50 minutes ago, but was coming. Happy you enjoyed the last 50 minutes, even though it was really a long stream. So, what else do I have to do? We have to do the credits, of course, which I didn't update. I had not the time, but I'm not, so it might be not correct. But I don't know. So if anybody wants to appear in the credits late, I'm just seeing what other credits are. Yeah, found them. In the credits, yeah, you can support the channel over like membership or something. If not, I'm also happy if people comment and press a like button, maybe subscribe and follow. Would be much appreciated. Shoutouts to all the artists, as always, who allowed me to use their artworks on my channel. Much appreciated. Shoutouts to Kierdan, my moderator, who also modified some of the maps you have seen today in the stream. So put in quite a bit of work. Of course, to Tolkien and Christopher Tolkien for publishing all of that. Then beyond that, I don't know. Next video will be up. I'm not sure when. I try to be done Sunday. I can't promise it though, because this little stream and doing a bit of research and so on delayed me a little bit. So I lost a bit of time today I could have used producing the other video instead. As a result, there might be a delay. I try though to get the next video done this week, and yeah, it's the next part of with Elrond. Who would have thought? Maybe release instead as a compensation, even though you have seen the stream, so it's not interesting for you. Maybe a short summary of what we discussed, maybe tomorrow, like a short. Maybe I record it very freely. I won't do like a full scripted video or so. Maybe I just give a short summary of what we discussed today, and in a short video, maybe release that tomorrow. I'm not sure yet if I do this. That could pop up. Is there anything else? I also maybe have to do some content for the German-speaking channel, which still has only one video so far. But like I said, it's a bit difficult to find the time for all of this. Also, like gaming-related stuff I would like to do, but currently that has very low priority, so nothing is coming out. So there's content like this. As said in previous streams, there's also social media stuff. So if you want to get some very early thoughts of me, maybe check out my Twitter or so. Recently I also have like a little Instagram thing. I'm not sure though how much I will use that or not. I have to figure out what I do with this. I know many people don't like Instagram. It's also not really something I use, but it exists for people interested. Is there anything else? Yeah, as said, like, subscribe, comment. Always helps a channel if you want to support in some way. That is much, much appreciated. Maybe recommend me to other Tolkien fans that are interested in this. And I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you people again for watching. Have a fantastic rest of the day. And see you next time. At the 14th of July when the next teaser appears. Thank you people for watching.